Okay, we are streaming. Welcome, everybody. I hope my audio is okay. I hope everything is okay. I hope you all had a happy holidays. And I hope later this week you have a happy new year. Today we're going to be gaming and also complaining. Mostly complaining, actually, especially because we're starting off by playing Overwatch, so you're all going to hear a lot of complaining. All right, let's play. Let's play and make sure that the stream chat is actually working. Starry, can you type in the stream chat?
Which one?
The Twitch.
Wait, no, I wasn't prepared.
You had one job.
Oh,
wait,
hold on. I got my phone.
It is not showing up. What does that say? I can't even read what that says. Huh, okay. So
There we go.
it's not. It appears to not be showing. Hold on. It appears to not have any desire in showing me the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat on my thing, which is really annoying because I would have liked to have that work. Okay. Could somebody somebody's type in the YouTube chat?
Oh, somebody did.
Well, yeah, it's not. What?
The perpetual state of fixing
What the fuck is this
your
shit?
stream.
Toggle positioning mode. Okay. Positioning mode toggled. Okay. What? It's not even. This is so stupid. It's actually annoying as shit. That it's just not even showing me the YouTube chat.
Damn.
Sag? Yeah, I know. Why is it showing up? Okay, I guess I could do this and kind of get it. Or not that and not kind of get... Okay. No. Let's just go to the editor. No. Sure. Okay, fine. I'll do that. That works enough. Okay, let's try that again. Attempt number 2 to start the stream. Ay. Rip Jimmy Carter? Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. I just want to get into a bit of a flow first. How's the audio? How's the game audio? How's my voice audio? How's Starry's audio?
Oh. Hello. Oh, Neon Eagle, you're back.
Stream is cutting out a lot. Could be on my end. Hopefully it's on your end. I would hope. All right, it's probably going to take a while for people to trickle in, so let's just have some fun. Display my godlike skills of being very bad at this game. What's good? What's good to you too? How immediately I lose the chat. I cue the game. It's Dev, by the way. Okay. Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing? Audio sounds great. Perfect.
You're actually Faith versus profile picture is surprisingly different.
How? Okay. I don't understand that. People say that to me, and I genuinely don't get it. Like, they look... Is it because it's black and white or something? I don't know. Maybe you're all just racist.
It's the filter.
What filter? It's just black and white.
Yep.
I'm just gonna choose to pretend you're all racist. Yeah, I'm doing a gaming stream. Just... I'm gonna do a gaming stream, gonna talk about Jimmy Carter's legacy, gonna learn a little bit about Jimmy Carter's legacy.
Oh, that's great because I don't know who he is.
Oh, yeah.
The perfect soundboard. You look younger.
I will try to take that as a compliment. Doesn't feel like one, though. Wait, in the picture or in the stream? Because I am younger in one of them. One of the pictures is actually a few years old. What, okay. What is that person doing?
That. The 13 or 30.
It's fine. It's a good picture. I don't care that much. Let's see if I suck at this game or not. Let's see. Anybody have a... Oh yeah, we're also going to be talking about the minimum wage increases in 2025. We're going to be talking about the MAGA versus Elon stuff, which is incredibly fucking funny. Oh, that's a good idea. We should talk about the Panama Canal stuff. And we're going to talk about Speaker Johnson getting endorsed by Trump.
You planned this stream really well, but you do realize everybody is at work, right?
I don't care. I'm streaming from 2 to 6. You know, I'm going right up to the fundraising meeting. So
we don't have one this.
We don't have one today. Okay, that's great. Yes! Get fucked, Mercy! Oh my god, I was actually expecting to be way worse at this. By the way, any Overwatch people in the chat? We're gonna do some Destiny 2 and some Trackmania too, so don't worry if this isn't your game. Is Trump on his neocon arc? Trump is always on his neocon arc. What do you mean? Trump has, like, only ever actually done politics as, like, a neocon. He's spoken, like, what would the opposite of a neocon be? Nazi. He's spoken like that, but he's never actually done any policy like that. He sometimes is like done like, oh, like, I mean, he technically did orchestrate the deal to get out of Afghanistan, but he basically set it up expecting that when Biden won, Biden would chicken out. But then Biden was just like, Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe let's not chicken out of this. Because it's like, if there was any Democrat who would have bitten that bullet and actually pulled out of Afghanistan, it was probably going to be Biden, given what we know about him from the 2012 surge. Yeah, it's both Twitch and YouTube chat. On screen, you should be able to see Twitch and YouTube chat and which chat it comes from. However, I have to look at two different fucking chat windows. YouTube Live is working better for me. Yeah. Oh yeah, you have to look at the Discord chat too. By the way, if anyone's watching is a member of Progressive Victory and you want to join in, maybe talk, just come onto the stream stage and raise your hand. And if Starry doesn't think your vibes are atrocious, she just might invite you on.
Although nobody's in our audience except for Brew, so...
Yeah, Brew, you're free to come up.
Pretty sure
Same with the tariffs. They expected Biden to repeal them and appear weak on China. Yeah. Biden is just not that kind of guy. He's gonna bite the bullet. One, he actually does believe that we should have pulled out of Afghanistan. So like, he actually did want to do that. For the tariff stuff, I'd have to check before I confident enough saying he actually believes that. But I could also see a world where Biden was just like, you know what? Trump did this. It would be bad for the economy to have whiplash. Let's just like stabilize, keep it in place. They're not that big. Actually, no way. I take it back. He definitely is okay with them considering the EV tariffs he did. Those are fucking psychotic. Twitch Live was lagging. I'm in the car. Too much feedback. Yeah, Twitch is, like back-end processing does seem to be worse and slower. They're closer to each other than people think. I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's the case with all Democrats and all Republicans, but also specifically, I feel like they are more further than a lot of others are on that specifically, at least on like foreign policy, because normally, not domestically, I don't know, man. Biden's been pretty based with the union stuff. There are a lot of Democrats I don't think would have even done that. Like, most of them. Like, Biden's been slightly to the right of Bernie when it comes to, like, unions and, like, corporate regulation. Oh, yeah. I don't think Biden is that close to Trump domestically at all. I also don't... I think out of most Democrats, Biden is also pretty... one of the more further ones on foreign policy, too. It's just like... with Israel, it kind of blurs the line, considering they're kind of, like, equal on that issue. But on most of, like, the neocon war stuff, Biden is a lot more dovish. He did drop the ball pretty fucking hard. Like, incredibly fucking hard. So hard, he lost the entire election. In fact, in 2 days, when we're on New Year's and we're watching, like, the time countdown and the ball dropping, that's actually Biden. They're not doing the ball drop for the end of the year. They're just reenacting Biden dropping the ball with Israel. That was an incredibly stupid fucking joke. Let's see if there's anything fun in the arcade. Nothing that good. Okay, I kind of do want to do Yeti Hunt. Let's just do this. Oh, healer. Unexpected. So, Starry, what did you do for the holidays that you feel comfortable about talking on stream?
Oh, I don't celebrate, so I just chilled.
You just chilled?
Yep.
That's great.
I sat there and I was bored, and I was like, man, if I'm bored, I should do stuff for PV. And then I checked, and I'm like, oh, right. No one's there to do anything.
True.
An examination certainly couldn't hurt.
Oh, speaking of which, somebody finally got back to me on the membership card stuff, so there's that.
Yo.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
I'm now scrolling through the Free People sale. I keep, whenever I like watch fashion videos, their like name keeps popping up, so I checked out their website, and it's definitely a place to get like statement pieces. The only problem is it doesn't seem like my vibe.
I completely like zoned out of what you were saying. But yeah, Dev, I like the optimism. By the end of this year, I will surpass Vosh in subscribers. The reason for that is because he just hit 500,000, and as we all know, whenever that happens, he normally does something spectacularly stupid to lose like 25% of his subscribers.
And then they can all come to our stream and donate to
Hi,
us.
Mel. It's kind of eerie how Israel and Palestine discourse completely went silent. Yeah, it's almost like, well, two things. It's almost like all the people who said, like, oh, how come you're only protesting against Democrats? Know that it's because only under a Democrat can you do anything. And on the other side, all of the people who are like, you know, anti-Biden and were just like, what's even the point of voting? It's almost like most of them only gave a shit about virtue signaling. And once Trump won, somehow didn't give a shit because now it got like 2% harder and they don't want to deal with how stupid they were. So now they are just like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just gonna not talk about it now. Yeah, see what I did there? I'm being the true centrist. Everybody's an idiot.
That was just a sound check.
So, one of the things I wanted to do during the game streams was talk about what I'm doing when I'm gaming, and like, because I've played Overwatch competitively back when it was Overwatch 1, talk about some of the sort of the mechanics, some of like the game sense, some of like the logic of how the game goes. But I'm realizing as I'm playing that I don't know any of that shit anymore. Because the game is just so different, even in with the 222, like even with it like testing going back to form, I just have no idea.
Didn't I say I'd rip out your tongue if I saw you again?
My queen, your voice ever
Way worse than that. They went from being like 6v6 to 5v5, and now they're testing going back to 6v6, and that change sounds small, but it basically changes the entire game. And it basically changes it from like a really unique team-based shooter to Call of Duty, which sucks. So it really didn't even feel like the same game, which is why I just stopped playing for years. It is really hard to keep riffing when there is just not a lot of chat activity. I do way better when there's like a lot of chat to engage with. Maybe it's because I kind of like that style that Vosh does, where he's just like mostly reacting to what chat says. Like, that is what I like about watching Vosh.
You need to watch smaller streamers then.
Well, it's not that. It's just that it's boring.
No,
the fun
like
of streaming is that you're talking with a large group of people with diverse opinions who you can make fun of.
You need to watch small streamers. It's a very different style of stream.
Yeah, what's the highest been? Concurrent? I think it's been like 500. That was fun. Election night was a fun stream.
Oh, election night, yeah.
Yeah, I really starting off on a high when it comes to the streaming. I really should have, especially with Vosh being sick all month, I really should have followed it up.
Yep.
That would have been smart.
Yep.
Would have... I've also thought about, like, I should be sniping Vosh, and whenever his streams end, I should, like, start streaming to increase my chance of him raiding me, but that feels, like, pretty fucked, and I don't really want to do that.
Oh, why?
I don't know, because it feels like I'm, like, because that does feel like I'm weaponizing, like, maliciously, like, the status I have in the community. And any good faith I have with Vosh. I don't know, because he's like, it feels like I'm using his audience, which I don't feel comfortable with.
Okay.
But I have thought about it. The other thing is Vosh could...
at least once.
But,
or at least, like, messaging him about it.
Nah, I'm not gonna... I wouldn't even talk to him about it. Not that we talk, but, like, I'm not gonna talk... Like, I wouldn't, like, email or, like, mention it in chat unless I got a lot bigger.
You gotta earn it.
Yeah. I have to earn being annoying. I do have social capital in the community. I mean, if being annoying and well-known is considered social capital. Yeah, but it's like, I'm not gonna, like, do it to get to the Demon Mama level. Like, if Vosh wants to raid me, he can raid me, but I'm not gonna, like, artificially try and, like, put myself in the best... But, like, that just feels cheap.
Another day, another mission. Man, I'm so excited.
It's probably because I'm looking at the sale, but all these clothes kind of look like shit.
Where are you looking?
Free people.
Capture the objective.
Last chance to kick their teeth in.
I mean, you're doing the same thing Vosh did with Destiny? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I've never really been, a Destiny fan, and I only learned about Vosh after. I still don't even know what the fuck their beef is about. Oh, hey, Ada. More like actual capital? Yeah. Gaming? Yeah, exactly. If only I was gay.
Who knows?
Demon Mama is like a can of worms too. That's fantastic. I love the content creator drama that I barely pay attention to unless it's TYT, in which case a bunch of parasocial people who don't even know who I am but just know that I like TYT start DMing me stuff that Jenk did.
I would not want to look into your DMs.
It's not fun. It's like 50-50. Yo, did you see what Jenk and Anna did this time? Or, hey, Jew, die. Those are like the two messages that I get every day.
Did you actually finally set your Discord to like friends only?
No.
And everybody else has to put in like a message request?
No, I should probably do that. I don't get much stuff on Discord, though, thank God. That would be a nightmare.
I don't either, but it just seems like a common sense thing to do.
He started fighting with the during George Floyd. Okay, that's a weird reason to start fighting. Hey, Jew die is the story of Easter? True! That's true. It is Hanukkah. That's, you know. There is something, it does feel rather heartwarming that they remembered the Jewish holidays to send me death threats on.
Got us outnumbered. Oh, you wanna hear this? Oh, let's break it.
I thought you were the guy defending TYT. I mean, I have been, but it's getting harder. It's getting much fucking harder. We're gonna talk a little bit about it today. We're gonna go over some of the Jenk debate with Francesca Fiorentini, and I'm gonna give some thoughts I have on it. Maybe spill a little tea. I don't know. But yeah.
Open up Twitter and play Kink or Trump.
Jenk or Trump, yeah.
Jenk? Please. That's how it's spelled?
Yes.
That was just a sound check.
Wow. I haven't liked Anna in years, but Jenk is so lovable. His downfall now is sad to me.
Yeah, TYT boring. I mean, I don't agree that it's boring. His downfall is the... it really is depressing. Okay, I just stole that kill from everybody. Jenk is like just such a true believer, and he's just so hopped up on like spite for like the Justice Dems. It's so stupid. I remember the good old days of Anna's pro-choice rant. Yeah, it's such a good rant. But even if you can see the seeds of what's going on with Anna in that rant, because it's a great rant and she's very like emotional about it, which is a good thing. But it's that same like emotion and fear that eventually manifested itself in other policies that pushed her in the direction she went. So I'm not going to criticize that rant. It's fantastic. It's just you can see in it you can see like the sort of reactionary anger towards conservatives that would build later into a reactionary anger towards leftists. Always saw it as boomer shit, not gonna lie. How old are you? I'm curious. Used to watch TYT regularly when in high school? I mean, yeah, I feel like a lot of the left did. If you're comfortable, I still want to know the answer, Amel, if you're comfortable answering.
My high school teacher mentioned TYT, and my brother used to watch it, but I never got interested.
24? Maybe I'm just not that brain broken for being 24. I don't know. How the hell do you think TYT is boomer shit? Because it's like... Have you watched CNN?
At least TYT has people I can be parasocial about.
The biggest progressive network has fallen off hard. I mean, it hasn't really fallen off. Because the funny thing about TYT is it's one of the very rare examples of the left actually moving past them. Like, it's not really that they're doing a right-wing pivot. It's kind of just like the left really did go more left than them. And then there's a little bit of a small regression back toward the center, but like not that much relative to where they've always been. It's sort of more of a messaging difference than a policy backslide. The Cenk debate versus a Dem donor on Piers Morgan briefly convinced me that Biden shouldn't drop out. What? That was... Wait, how did that guy convince you that Biden shouldn't drop out?
Briefly. Maybe they entered like a fugue state. And then they like woke up and they checked their phone and they sent their friend like stuff supporting Biden. And they're like, I don't remember that. That makes no sense.
I can see where they're coming from with them calling it boomer shit. They're just sitting at a desk talking about the news. I don't consider that like boomer shit. Like, I feel like...
No. They've like keep reading what Brew said.
They've always had a bit of a reactionary bent. But I don't think being a reactionary makes you a boomer, because then we'd be calling like tanky streamers boomer shit. And like
That's not boomer shit.
Yeah. I mean, TYT was always predominantly appealing towards younger people. Now it's predominantly appealing to, well, based on their view counts, nobody. Late millennial, I'd say. Not really. There was a good time where most of the audience was like 16 to 28. You know, back in like 2016, 17. I mean, Cenk did genuinely found the Justice Democrats. Like, there's a lot of shit TYT did that, like, really, like, we only have AOC because of Cenk. They need to pivot and release waifu husbando body pillows instead of Polymarket. That's true. Nothing would revive TYT more than a full-size Cenk body pillow. That's completely accurate.
It's the Jonah bit. He could have done good and be bad. Jonah would... Okay. So, debate to me is political, like WWE fighting, where nobody's actually there to, like, who cares about, like, yes, the best, like, way to punch and, like, how to block effectively, blah, blah. They're just there to see two guys, like, beat each other up. I think Jonah would do really well as, like, the villain of the story.
I mean, it is performative. Everything's performative. I'm performing right now, although not that much, because I've had lunch with you, and you can see that I'm pretty much a very similar level of dipshit as I am right now, Dev. But, I mean, yeah, there's definitely not a lot of utility on the left for TYT that much. I mean, again, the main show, it also discounts, like, all the other shows that are genuinely still progressive. You have, like, The Bituation Room, Damage Report, Rashad Ritchie's show. Like, TYT is still mostly a progressive network. Even most of Cenk and Anna's coverage is still mostly progressive. It's just a few takes. It's just a few of their policy positions, and their framing is fucking atrocious. Like, actually counterproductive. I've tried telling them this. They don't... I'm not the only one. There's value in being a dipshit. I appreciate that, Ada. I do. Okay, well, that was a stupid fucking, like, run in there.
Finally, things are getting interesting.
Hassan is for Gen Zers? Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Most of Hassan's audience is very young. Like, I have to imagine it's like 15 to like 30 is Hassan's audience. I could find out for sure, but I probably wouldn't say it on stream if I did. Not my place.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I don't think TYT was that moderating amount for a while. Like, even until 2022, TYT was being aggressive. I mean, there's an argument to be made that Jenk's stupid fucking presidential run was still meaningfully, rhetorically about pushing, about radically pushing to the left. I mean, Jenk's run was stupid, but it was ultimately, his thesis was Biden is old and dead and going to lose, and somebody needs to be in the race that they are genuinely afraid of to convince somebody else to jump in. And that logic is correct. It's just Cenk was not the person they were going to be afraid of. And not in that context.
Debate is the best to listen to.
He did a community census and Hassan's community was like 20s, 30s. Interesting. Okay.
No, I think Gen Z is watching Instagram and like TikTok. They're not really going on YouTube to watch like a stream. They're going on like TikTok to watch a guy rant about something for 2 minutes and then go back to their brain rotting.
I dispute this. I still think that all TikTok the end point of all TikToks and Instagram Reels ends up being YouTube. At the end of the day, if you actually like the person's TikTok content, you almost always end up getting filtered to their YouTube channel.
I disagree, but I see where you're coming from.
Hassan's a boomer tanky. I wouldn't call him a tanky. I would call him audience captured by tankies. The Hassan thing is not, the Hassan census isn't like that. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's not like a perfect metric. Although Hassan does have like the back end info. So if he says that, oh yeah, that sounds about right, then it probably is.
I don't know if being mean to Biden is what I'll consider radical from Amal.
As somebody who was at the DNC even after he dropped out, I promise you being mean to Biden is definitely considered radical. It's fucking pathetic. It's actually insane.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not better than the 8-year-olds.
Not many of us aren't. Yeah, that's many such cases. So is being young while Jewish at the DNC. True. Don't know if I'm gonna tell that story on stream though. Maybe I'll save that for another time.
The feeling when you weren't invited to the Zionist AF party in the DNC.
Describing that the DNC as a party is a bit of a wild fucking. Maybe in the Overton window sense. Yeah, I get. Yeah. I mean, at this point, being like a classic liberal gets you called socialist in America. So yeah, I would say so. Can we just turn back time to August when we thought Kamala had like a 60% chance of winning? I mean, she could have won. She didn't have to listen to the party. I mean, there are some reports now, Neon Eagle, that he was not a strong candidate. Back then either. Their internal polling that's come out has, you know... I don't think Gaza had that huge of an impact on anything other than Biden's image. Most people, it feels like, voted for him anyway. Voted for him or Kamala anyway. Now, it could have changed because it was him, but it does feel like the image it took to his... The hit he took to his image was not necessarily going to be reflected in the polling, in his actual vote. I'm gonna change games. Let's I fully believe that Palestine non-voters don't actually exist. They exist, but exclusively on like Blue Sky. All right. We're going to switch gears just a little bit.
Oh God, switch gears.
And we're going to talk a little bit about the minimum wage. Just a little bit.
Ooh.
I'm going to just pull this up really quick. Okay. I'm just going to pull up. Where was the article? I'm just gonna DM this to you, Starry. Make my life easier. Or I'm gonna put it in the Discord chat. Oh no, I can't. I have to. Yeah, I'll just DM this. Make my life easy.
Yes. Cornell, the minimum wage policy versus reality. So why am I looking at this,
Hold on.
Benjamin?
Just so that way I can get the links from my iPad to my main computer.
Oh.
All right. Let's get ready for an actual segment. And then we're going to switch to Trackmania.
Matters now's the time for you to rise and be annoying and derail the segment.
True. Okay, let's talk about the minimum wage. Minimum wage here in PA is $7.25, and the Republican state legislature bans the cities from independently raising their own minimum wages. I hate Republicans so much. Yeah, Yeah, that's not great. That's pretty bad. Is there even political will in this country for raising the minimum wage? Actually, yes, and that's what we're going to talk about. The minimum wage should be tied to CEO compensation. If you think it's about that, then I will. That's an interesting take. I'll talk about what I think the minimum wage should look like in a second. But let's start with this. It is December 30th. It's December 30th. And what does this mean? It means that we are 2 days away from January 1st. And what does that mean? Well, that means that on January 1st, a shitload of policy is going to take place. And some of that policy happens to be minimum wage increases on a state and local level. Now, while the federal government hasn't managed to get its shit together enough to pass the minimum wage, other places have. Wait, did you say they're trying to ban state increases to the minimum wage? Oh yeah, certain states have banned local municipalities from raising their minimum wages. So make of that what you will. We can talk about a little bit about that too. All right, let's look at this map. This map right here is a map of places where the minimum wage is going to be increasing either on January 1st or some other time.
Michigan.
Yeah.
Yo.
That's right. We will talk about Florida and Oregon later because those are harder and I need to research Oregon to know what I'm talking about. But there is a lot of good news here. So all of these are minimum wage increases either committed to by the state legislature as a result of pre-described policy mandating inflation, like, that is the stupidest fucking way to say that. Some of this is because the state legislature passed policy basically saying that the minimum wage has to update every year to match inflation. Some of it is that the state legislature individually decided to raise the minimum wage. And some of it is that local municipalities decided to do that. So going through this article, let's talk about this. Millions of workers are getting a raise on January 1st, when the minimum wage is set to rise across 21 states and 48 cities and counties. Why it matters? We know why it matters. Millions more will benefit when the wage floor rises. That means pay goes up for other workers at the bottom of the income ladder too. It means wages go up for everybody on the income ladder. It can even mean wages go up for people in states where it didn't happen. Now, that's not going to be a universal thing, but it does have increased the pressure to do so. Missouri's increases from a ballot referendum. It's now in our Constitution. Based. DC's going from 17 to 17.5. 17 and a half, highest in the country. I have news for you. That is not actually the highest in the country. But we will get to that in a second. The big picture. Congress last raised the federal minimum wage in 2009 to its current $7.25. Now, I know I am an out-of-touch, rich little Jew boy, as the Nazis sending me death threats like to remind me. But that does not seem like enough money to survive. Now, I could be wrong, and if, all you poors in chat want to tell me I'm wrong, feel free. I'll wait. You living it up? You living the life with that champagne bought via food stamps? You doing that? I'm about to get evicted, LMFA. It's not enough? Well, that's just because you're a moocher, Abigail. You're part of the takers. You're not part of the. I don't know where I'm going with this, but Mitt Romney is getting hard thinking about you being evicted. Yeah, it sucks. $7.25 is not enough to live. $15 an hour is not enough to live, and we're going to talk a little bit about that too. It's too little to survive. Yeah. It's happening to me too. Yeah. It's not good. If it makes you feel better, I in solidarity with all of you, have also evicted myself from my house. And by that, I mean the pipe bursting in the foundation did that. So in solidarity with all of you people, I am, like Jesus, walking a mile in your shoes. But unlike
staying in a
Jesus,
guest
I'm not
house.
going to solve it for you. Man of the people. Exactly. Between the lines, 19 of those states are states that voted for President-elect Trump. Crucify him. Those are the death
Then
threats
what-
we love.
If we crucify him, how will we be able to derail his stream?
That's true. Yeah, part of the reason why the system is so predatory isn't just because the floor is at the absolute fucking bottom of the fucking ocean, but it's also because there's a ceiling. So if you go above that ceiling, you lose the floor. And it's like, it's such a maliciously constructed system. I will try to find the Vox video to really like explain that point, because it's fairly good. Okay. Trump said that although $7.25 an hour was a very low number, he didn't know what the appropriate minimum wage would be because of the cost of living varies so much from region to region. By the way, the solution to this is simple. It doesn't have to. There is absolutely no reason why local, in this environment, local businesses can't just deal with the minimum wage set as a result of having to deal with big cities. Like, a local mom and pop shop could afford a $20 minimum wage. And if they really can't, that's what government subsidies are for. That's what tax credits are for. It's actually like, there is no reason why people in like Freudian slip, what the fuck are you talking about? There is literally no reason why like a Montana like mom and pop shop with 3 employees can't afford a $20 minimum wage, but they could afford like a $15 minimum wage or a $7 an hour minimum wage. Like, yeah, it's like a difference in revenue, but literally that's what policy is there to try and address. That's the whole point. Yeah. California's minimum wage is raising to $16.50, where several cities are going even higher. In Silicon Valley spots like Mountain View, it's $19.20, and in Cupertino, it's $18.20. See, now we're starting to approach barely living wages with that number. In New York, the wage floor is rising $16.50, and to $15.50 in upstate New York. Washington State is rising from $16.66, but large employers in Seattle's King County pay at least $20.29. In some places, the minimum wage is linked to inflation, which is why the wage isn't a nice round number. Thank you, Axios, for really hand-holding the morons in the audience. We appreciate you. It isn't just blue states. This isn't just a blue state phenomenon. Pay is rising to $14.70 in Arizona, $10.55 in Montana, and $13.50 in Nebraska, and $10.70 in Ohio. And here's the kicker. This is the thing that made me really want to talk about this. By 2027, nearly half of U.S. workers will live in states with at least a $15 minimum wage. Think about that. In the time where Congress has been dicking around, local governments, states, and ballot measures, even in places like Florida, have risen the minimum wage for half of workers to at least $15 an hour. We've actually slowly, little by little, been getting the $15 minimum wage. The number was once considered impossibly high, but now, thanks to a mix of intense worker activism, and sky-high inflation, it doesn't seem so wild. And that's the interesting thing. It doesn't seem so wild anymore. And that's why I actually think it's possible that we could see in the Trump presidency the minimum wage increase. Here's where I'm worried, though. It's now time for progressives to bite the bullet and say $15 isn't enough. Because once we're in an environment where we keep advocating for $15 minimum wages and slowly are getting it, but we haven't shifted the Overton window to an even higher minimum wage as inflation and the cost of living keeps increasing, we're going to be stuck in an environment where we do get the $15 minimum wage, and then it becomes a politically, it just dies from the political conversation. There is just no ability to talk about it, even from figures like AOC. And there is literally no pressure. They solved the problem, and it's over because we've been begging for $15 minimum wage for years, and now we've got it. Yay, we can leave it alone for 10 years.
Oh, Benjamin.
Yeah.
You should Red Eye from Twitch disagrees with you.
I'll get to them in a second.
Oh, okay.
So if somebody like Bernie or AOC doesn't come out and start actively advocating for an even higher minimum wage, we're going to get left holding the bag, finally getting the $15 minimum wage at a time when inflation has rendered that lower than when we first started asking. Like, let's look at this. Where's the inflation calculator? Okay. So let's put in the year. Let's put in, when did we start asking for it? Let's say 2009, when the last wage happened. And let's enter $7.25. Calculate. In today's money, so in 2009, $7.25 was $10.60. The minimum wage has dropped because of inflation for anybody who still had this. That's normal. But if we put in now $15, had we gotten $15 in 2009, that would be $22 in today's money. So the question is, I don't know where I'm going with this. That would have been fire? Yeah. Basically, we're at the point now where asking for the $15 minimum wage in 2009, had we got it, I don't know how to phrase this. I'm not really sure how to phrase this.
We wouldn't be as screwed.
No, we would still be screwed. This is where like the streamer practice comes in. And also this website isn't very good for going the other direction. $10, 15, 14, 71. Okay. My point being, had we gotten a $15 minimum wage in 2009, that would be equivalent to $22 today. If we get the $15 minimum wage today, and then we don't touch it for 10 years, that's fantastic. This website can't even project. That's truly fantastic. And we don't touch it for like 10 years, it's going to end up being meaningless. We're going to end up losing all the gains. So it's time for progressives to start fighting for an even higher minimum wage. And it's not like there's no precedent for this, because inflation has already played a pretty big role in rendering the fight for 15 somewhat redundant. Like, $15, a $15 minimum wage in 2015 would be $20 now. So Bernie's policy hasn't even kept up with inflation. So now it's time. So Bernie now needs to start fighting for the fight for 20. That being said, if we're going to start fighting, I don't think $20 is the right amount to fight for. I think it should continue to be pegged to the rate of productivity. So now it brings us to this article. What is the rate of productivity? The rate of productivity is the production rate of the United States economy. It's how much goods we can produce per hour per worker. And for the longest time, how do I zoom in? How do I zoom in? I do not have a trackpad. Someone tell me how to zoom in. Someone? Anyone?
Control plus.
Okay, thank you. So if you look from the 1950s all the way to the 70s, the minimum wage increases weren't just matching the rate of inflation. They were matching the rate of productivity. And had that kept going, we would find ourselves with a $25.50 minimum wage. And I think this is the minimum wage we need to be fighting for. The minimum wage today is almost back to where it was in 1950. Think about that. In 70 years of American technological, industrial, cultural, success and dominance, the minimum wage has almost stayed the fucking same. Just the country has gotten better, but nobody who lives in it has. Just fucking insane. And they try to argue, oh, that's because of automation, and now the workers aren't doing as much productivity. It's now more machines taking over the productivity. And it's like, who's running those machines? Who? Is the point of automation to make the point of automation is to make it so that your worker can produce more goods and so that they can do so with a higher quality of life, not so that you can yank the rug from out under them, brutalize their working conditions even more, and extract more money out of the bottom for the top to have fun with. So, given this, I think it's time that we start arguing for a $26 minimum wage.
Tied to productivity?
No, tied to something else. And we'll talk about what I think it should actually be tied to. But I want to go back and read through some of the chat. So I'm going to go back all the way to the beginning of the segment and start reading chat.
Mm-hmm.
The government is broke. I mean, we could just raise taxes. I mean, here's the funny thing. Raising minimum wages would increase the amount of tax revenue for the government, which would allow them to help subsidize the costs of some of the minimum wage increases. That it's a self-fulfilling cycle.
High schoolers making 20 grand a
Wait,
year would
wait.
be crazy.
High
High schoolers don't work full time; they work part time.
And if
Also,
a high schooler
it's
is
not
working
about-
full time,
Hold on.
they should make 20 grand a
Also-
year.
It's not about somebody's age. It's about the work that they do. That work is valued at 20 grand and they're doing the work.
There's something so insidious in this country. We pit work, even when you're like, even when you're, and I forget the term because I've never had to do this, but applying for a job, you're not just like applying for a job. You're competing with everybody else who's trying to get that job. Now, like some of that's natural because there's only a number of job points, but it's not just that you're competing over the slot. You're competing over which one of you can get scammed with a lower wage. They're trying to find which applicant is most exploitable because they don't have to report how much money that job earns per hour. They don't have to tell you how much you're going to make until after you get the job or after you start the job. So they negotiate based on what they think they can get away with paying you, not what the job is worth. We have essentially let the economy slide into an environment where we are not valuing the actual job itself. We are valuing the people who fill those jobs. And there's something deeply fascistic and reactionary about taking an economic position like this, like, oh, what is the monetary value created from somebody, on an assembly line, as opposed to viewing it as what is the monetary value of the person at that assembly line? Because that's a different question, and it's a more disgusting one. Because now you're not asking, what is this job worth? You're asking, is it worth paying that person for that job?
Hold on. Gwendolyn, high schoolers making 20 grand a year is crazy is not a negative statement. I think it's based. I figured you didn't mean like, they're not like worth making like that much money. Yeah.
No, if they're working full time, I don't think that a teenager
part-time
is less deserving of a good way. Like, I don't think that we should be paying people based on the person filling the job. We should be paying people based on the job. And if that means you don't feel comfortable hiring that type of person for that job, okay, that's fine. That's a better problem. That is a much better problem to have in the economy because we can address unemployment with various different tools, but it's a lot harder to address like bullshit employment practices, like pay practices in employment. Just going through the chat really quick. Why would anyone assume it should stop at 15? Obviously, it should keep increasing with time. The reason it does is because politics. Once politicians actually accomplish something, they try to act like it's like the topic is done forever. When they passed Obamacare, it is their incentive to act like they fixed the problem and it's over and now we can move on to the next topic. And it becomes a third rail because to even continue addressing it would be to imply that their solution was inadequate and that thus they didn't succeed. And they have to gaslight you with every policy position that every time they pass something, they solved it, they did it, it's amazing. And then when you complain about it 2 years later, it's the best we could do. We couldn't do more. The parliamentarian and like Pelosi pushed it as far as she could. And that's like sort of the bullshit with it. Would have agreed in the past, but productivity isn't directly tied to human input anymore. Companies have an incentive to use robots. Even with large taxes, they are still better for them. Yeah, but large robots don't replace workers. They enhance a worker's productivity. Even if a robot just directly automates out a portion of the job, there is still another worker who that robot is working with. There is, even if there are two people on an assembly line and one of those people gets automated away, the other person in that assembly line is now having their productivity subsumed and by that robot. Their productivity is increasing because the productivity of that robot is now being absorbed by the remaining workers' productivity. So it is still directly tied to like labor capacity. It's just there's less workers doing that labor capacity now. Did Red Eye drop out? I don't see them chatting anymore. All right, I'm caught up. Don't think even AOC is talking about increasing the minimum wage past 20 an hour. I could be wrong. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anyone call for a minimum wage of $26 an hour. Now, let's talk about what my solution to the minimum wage would be. And it's actually really simple. Where's MS Paint? Let's see. Do I have this downloaded? Here we go. Okay. Let's do this. What's the minimum wage right now? That is a shit font. We're gonna have to. So we will have a labor force of engineers upkeeping these new wagey robots. No. We're gonna have a workforce of assembly line workers, and some of them are going to be working alongside automated machines. Like you. Hold on. One sec. Loud. Okay. This is automation. This is a robot. The worker... Okay, you see this? This is all... Hold on. This is all automation right here. This is not engineers upkeeping robots. This is robots working alongside workers. And what would have happened is in the past, and maybe not for Lego because, it's a bad example, but assuming like this is a car assembly line, maybe you'd have one worker here, you'd have another worker here, you'd have another worker here. These two people get automated out. This person doesn't, because that role just can't be handled by a robot yet. But his productivity, the productivity of the remaining worker, gets subsumed by the productivity of the robots. These two robots' productivity now counts for this worker. It's his productivity now. So his productivity subsumes the productivity of the robots and vice versa. They're now tied. Now the robots replaced two other people, but that just means that the robots allowed him to be as effective, if not more, than the three of them combined previously. That's how automation actually works. So if you're going to buy a machine and fire 9 people, so if you have 10 people and you buy a machine and fire 9 of them, the one remaining person should get the wage of the 10 people? To an extent, yeah. Yes. Yeah. His job just changed. Thus, the job description and the wage should probably change. Now, obviously, it shouldn't change that much. You need to, pay off the cost of the robot. The robot, probably is going to have to be paid back. The cost of that's probably going to be paid off over time. Wasn't an argument. It was a clarifying question. Okay, that's fine. But that's what I mean. It's the point. Money is only a thing that exists to help you trade between it. Like, you have to think really granular about this, almost like pedantically. So ideally you would socialize the automated process, IMO. I have no idea what the fuck that means. I would need you to elaborate. So workers are still needed, especially as these assemblies break down from time to time, regardless of how much we automate, we still need general laborers. Yeah, we're always going to need general laborers. The individual general labor jobs will change, and maybe the amount of them will too, but we're always going to need them. People break down less than machines do? Not these days, but generally, yeah. I thought the idea is that the profits from automation get taxed to fund UBI for laid off workers. No, that's Andrew Yang's idea, and it's stupid. Because, like, how do you even fucking calculate that? In a way that can be, like, scaled across the economy for a government. A horrible idea. No, what should happen is that a simple portion of the company's revenue, let's say 20%, 20% of the profits go into a fund, and instead of it getting stock options at the end of every quarter, it just gets distributed to all the employees. Now we're moving into a more capitalistic version of an ethical economy. It's still capitalistic because, you know, unions are the capitalist version of like the capitalist equivalent of the socialist worker cooperatives is unionization in the workplace. I thought we're going to need actual human beings installed and inspecting things like solar panel. Yeah, we're always going to need humans. Now, what happens when What happens when the robots become so good that they replace the workers that need to fill them? That they replace all workers? They're not going to. They just can't. For a robot, fundamentally, by the time the robot gets to that level of specificity, it's also getting to the level of specificity where it's going to be asking for its own rights at that point too. So, you know, once we reach that point, we're in a whole different ball game, and then the automation question starts being kind of like irrelevant because now automation isn't the way to sidestep paying workers because now the automation is demanding its own pay. So that, you know, once you get there, with my current job, people have been talking about going paperless since the 80s, and 40 years later, a copier breaking down screws everything up. Yeah, also, like, capitalism just isn't that efficient, and if they don't have to automate, like, if there's not a huge incentive to automate, they won't. Okay, so if an entire industry is automated, it should be nationalized. That would be one way of doing. I mean, that's one way of doing it, but an entire industry is not going to be nationalized. It's not going to be like automated. I can promise you that. I mean, like, you can think of things like lamplighters or like elevator operators, and like, yeah, that thing's operated. That gets nationalized. That like gets automated out. But what are you going to do? Nationalize elevators? They don't generate revenue. Lamps don't generate revenue. Like, the types of things that don't get automated aren't the types of things that generate profit. That's the problem, that you can't nationalize that. You can nationalize the production of the of the robots that are used in automation. Not with that attitude? You're damn right not with that attitude. Ideally, all the money should go directly into my bank account. See, now you're thinking like a capitalist. There you go. There you go. You've done it. You've taken step one into being bourgeois oligarch number 337. Insert a quarter, 5 seconds of lamplight. Okay, I guess you can monetize it, but that doesn't mean they don't generate profit directly, is what I mean. Like, you understand what I mean. My point is, Also, food service will never be completely automated. Fast food, yes, but casual and fine dining, absolutely not. Honestly, I don't even think fast food's going to be completely automated. Somebody has to cook the food. The point where shit gets automated is the point when the robot is sophisticated enough to demand its own wage. Okay. Going back to MS Paint and the minimum wage, what should happen? Well, first of all, we should increase my brush size. Now, because I've never used this application, I don't know how to do that. What the actual fuck? What the fuck? What? Oh my God. Okay. So here's how we fix the minimum wage. Right now we have one minimum wage. We have one minimum wage, $7.25. There's actually a second minimum wage, and it's called the tipped minimum wage. I believe it's $2.50. Hold on. Huh.
I thought that it was $2.31.
Apparently it's $2.13. You're dyslexic.
Oh.
Congratulations. $2.13. Yeah, that's it's retarded. Good thing I don't actually give a shit about editing this together into a segment.
Is that $500?
No. Wait, what? Did I just say...
You said the bad word.
Ah, God damn it.
$500.
Add it to my tab later. Okay. Right now, we actually have two minimum wages in the United States. The federal minimum wage and the federal tipped minimum wage. The tipped minimum wage can only go to workers that receive tips. Okay. So we've already established that in this country, it is acceptable to have more than one minimum wage. I say let's keep going further with this idea. So here's what I think we should do. I think we should have 3 minimum wages. And here's what we should do. And this is how you actually solve the problem. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the first minimum wage, and it's going to be $10. Then we're going to do a second minimum wage. It's going to be $15. And then we're going to do a third minimum wage. It's going to be $22. And because I came up with this number at around this date, funny enough, we're going to have to update this for inflation. So we're going to update this. $12. I'm going to update this to $18.
Oh, I thought it would be 17.
And we're going to update this to $26. So what do these 3 minimum wages represent? Benjamin had a bit of a gamer moment a second ago. Yeah. That's what happens when you, like the minimum wage. I did not update my minimum wage theory with inflation. I succumbing to the same capital pressures. So what do these 3 minimum wages address, and why do we need 3 minimum wages? Well, the main reason we need 3 minimum wages is because we fucking need 3 minimum wages. We constantly hear about different regions. What if this thing, that thing? And it's there is value in treating different situations differently. And I get that. Having one blanket minimum wage across the entire country is probably not preferable. So, thus, multiple minimum wages. So What are each of these three used for? Well, let's start with this low minimum wage. Let's start with this one right here, the $12 minimum wage. This minimum wage is the wage we can use for tipped workers. Now, ideally, there would be no tipped workers, but we can only address one problem at a time. In addition to tipped workers, if your company is a small business, I think it should also be in category 1. So, small business. How is a small business defined in this country? Well, it's defined as having like less than 500 employees. That's fucking insane, and that is not how we're going to define small business. So for the purpose of defining a small business, I'm going to say 3. No, I'm
30?
kidding. I'm going to say
30?
I'll compromise at 50, but I would prefer being like 20. But let's say 50. So if you have tipped employees or have less than 50, have 50 or less employees, you can get this minimum wage. You can charge this minimum wage. Okay. What is this minimum wage then? 18. Number 2. That's a 3. Holy shit. What is this? This 18 is the actual minimum wage now. That's just the federal minimum wage. If you have if you have 51 employees or more, or you have non-tipped workers, that is just the minimum wage now. $18 minimum wage. That's what I'm advocating for. So now you might be asking, hey, Benjamin, there's a third number here, but you just said that the minimum wage is going to be 18. So what's the third number for? Well, I've got good news for you, because there's another type of business out there. Multinational corporations. Now, I believe that if a company wants to make itself take advantage of the American stock market and register on the American stock market, it should have to play by America's rules, which is why this number is going to be for companies that are publicly traded on the American stock market. So if your company, regardless of how many employees you have, and regardless of what the minimum wage is, if you are on the stock market, this is the wage all your employees will have to receive at a minimum. I don't care if your McDonald's franchise has only 6 tipped workers. It's registered on the stock exchange. So they're getting $26 an hour. And that's what that third number is. And I think this is actually a good thing, because now it creates a meaningful trade-off when companies are thinking, I can either charge a lower rate and not be a publicly traded company, or I can benefit from all the revenue of a publicly traded company, as well as all of the really corrupting elements from being a publicly traded company, but I'm going to have to pay my workers more. And that is how I think we're going to get. And this is the solution. This is the framework that I think actually creates a stable minimum wage, assuming you peg it to inflation and update it annually. I think that's how the minimum wage should be. Not a different minimum wage for every single little municipality, but a different minimum wage based on the company you're working at. And obviously, there are loopholes in the way that I just described it. There is a more sophisticated way where it's not just the number of employees, but also the amount of revenue that a company makes. Like there's a very complicated way of defining it so that there's less loopholes. But generally, assuming competently written, this is a very good model that I think solves the minimum wage issue. I think that getting rid of the tip minimum wage would solve the tipping culture virtually overnight. Restaurants would start charging more.
They charge more and I don't
mean,
tip. Cancels out. Congratulations.
it does, but you would need to do it gradually, which is why I think the smarter move would be to do this. And then after living on this for a few years, when it's time, when like 10 years passes, you can have a wonky politician be like, you know what, maybe we need to abolish the tip minimum wage. And that's how you can actually like effectively get rid of the tip minimum wage. Because I think right now it would be a really hard sell to just want to get rid of that. Like right now, nobody even knows about the tip minimum wage, but it's really easy for the right wing to like create like a fear parade about like your cheeseburgers are going to get 20% more expensive. Like, so you'd want it to be packaged in an all or nothing minimum wage rework. So that way people understand that, yeah, it might get more expensive, but look at how much my wage is going to fucking increase. What is happening? What? Okay. Okay. I think Americans hate tipping enough to abolish it. I think Americans like $2 cheeseburgers more than they hate tipping. Especially because Americans also like the idea that they don't have to tip. Cities should be legally I think cities should legally be allowed to raise their minimum wage independently of states. Yes. It is objectively unconstitutional. But, you know, the Supreme Court just doesn't fucking give a shit. Don't give a shit. There are so much about, like, America where the Supreme Court just doesn't actually give a shit. And just, like, flatly violates the law. I think, like, you know, there are plenty of examples of this, especially around the Fourth Amendment. So yeah, that's why I wanted to talk about the minimum wage, because we're entering an environment where half of all workers already have a $15 minimum wage, and not speaking from experience, it does seem like not enough. So if we don't start fighting for an even higher minimum wage, we're going to be left holding the bag with a $15 minimum wage and nothing to show for it. Okay. That's what I wanted to talk about. Cut the segment. I will try to edit that into something somewhat coherent, but I will probably cringe to death while editing it and never release it because they'll be too busy planning my funeral. I'm going to grab a Coke. I will be right back.
Ben, you did amazing. Don't beat yourself up. Have you ever listened to a recording of yourself? Yeah. That's what's going through, Ben. You and your fucking glass bottle Cokes. I know. This is like a rich person bullshit. You know, he doesn't have a case on his phone. He doesn't have a case on his phone. And when I was like, that's some rich person bullshit, he was like, no, I just appreciate the titanium, and if you're careful and you know how to handle a phone, it'll never fall and break, and blah blah blah. Where's Starly? Somewhere else.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm back. I just
To be
realized.
fair, I don't either, but that's because it's in the mail. Exactly.
What were you guys talking about? Me and my fucking class Cokes. Ben, you did an amazing job. Don't beat yourself up. That's so nice of you, Ada. But like, I was listening to myself, and I could have been a lot more succinct had I like given enough of a shit to actually prepare for the segment with like notes. But
just like isolate the segment and post the raw footage. if you were going to beat yourself up going like in detail editing.
Yeah, we're just gonna do like the TikTok. We're gonna do like the thing where you just like, hold on.
Oh, where you find the one bit that looks good.
No. We're gonna just cut it together into a really nice and coherent segment. But but to do that, you have to keep cutting. So to hide the cuts, we're just gonna like every once in a while it'll just cut. Oh wait, how do I? Oh wow, it doesn't actually let me do this. Hold on. Really?
Vine booms.
No, like to hide the cuts, it'll just like cut in for like intensity, and then when it's time to hide the next cut, we'll just cut back out to normal. I don't know. That was supposed to be funny and like well executed, but I am neither funny nor good at this. So,
So
yeah.
what's when do you think you're going to get a kidney stone from all the coke?
I probably have one right now. I'm not even joking. Like I probably have. I'm pretty sure I pretty regularly pass kidney stones. Like they're just small enough that I don't notice. I'm not even kidding. Well, to be fair, everybody is constantly passing kidney stones. They're just like dust sized. But I'm probably passing ones that are slightly bigger than dust sized, but not big enough for me to give a shit. So does Bleh. Ban him. Ban him into oblivion.
Carbonation.
I only like Sprite if I do have any. Ban him. Don't actually ban him.
I like carbonation. The texture is nice.
The texture is nice. The kidney stone connoisseur. True. Your entire chat is going to disappear if you ban the anti-soda caucus. You fucking puritanical motherfuckers. I promise you I do not hydrate myself properly. Oh, wait, that is a name I don't recognize. Gamer Jame.
Can we get rid of capitalism? We
sure.
one day.
Probably. I'm
check
very
back in 300 years. We'll find out.
very interested because like obviously sometime in the next 2,000-3,000 years capitalism will be replaced by something. I'm interested in what actually will replace it. Cuz it's comical how 150 years ago Marx figured shit out that our society today somehow still doesn't understand. Yeah. But there's definitely something. His critiques of capitalism were definitely on point. I'm not fully convinced on whether or not his analysis of what a good system would be is accurate. Like I do like worker cooperatives, so like I do kind of like that. I could see myself somewhat being described by libertarian socialist, but like I don't think I'm ready to give up on capitalism that quickly because I still feel like we haven't tried it yet, really. Like not the real kind. Like if you look at like Adam Smith style, like original capitalism, we haven't like tried that. And there's an argument to be made that like maybe it would always lead us back here, but like I'd like to know that. I'd like to see some evidence for that too. There's a the idea of America was that the states were supposed to be laboratories of democracy. That did not fucking happen, and I would like to see some more experiments. Like we need to get these labs fucking cooking. I want data. Why get rid of capitalism? Just get a social democracy with a well-funded welfare state. I mean, that's step one. And I think the argument from people is that that's where we need to go. But I think a lot of people also feel like that's not going to solve all the problems. And I agree that that's not going to solve all the problems. So once we get there, I think people just are hoping that we can cut out the middleman and just go straight to where they want to go. But that's not how it is. So we're just going to have to slowly push from here to like Denmark. And then when we get to Denmark, we'll like assess what the next solutions need to be. And we just keep doing that until the end of time. There's a lot of things that could happen that would make humanity look completely different in a century now. Well, yeah, but like I'm not going to pretend to know what they are. America will remain the hegemony forever. That's a good thing. I don't know about forever, but definitely for the time being. And in this environment, I would definitely say America being the hegemon is a good thing. Well, yeah, Dev, I agree with that. But what right now we live in an environment where the only thing holding up capitalism is suppression of labor rights and Moore's law. And labor rights are coming back into fashion and Moore's law is ending. And those have been the only two things ever holding up this economy for the last century. So one way or another, shit's about to get real. And that's part of the reason why we're seeing Trump and the rise of this like very angry populist energy and movement going on in the country. Okay, let's switch gears to Trackmania. And if you've been enjoying the stream, please make sure to like, subscribe if you're on Twitter, if you're on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch. Don't forget to press the follow button. All 11 of you, if that number can be considered accurate, which I have no idea if it is.
There's 11 people?
I don't fucking know. It says 11, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. It usually isn't.
It says 6.
IMO, we're in late stages of capitalism, and if we try capitalism again, it will happen again. I mean, I just think that's more because of the stock market. Like, capitalism doesn't necessitate the existence of a stock market where you can buy and sell pieces of companies. You can have capitalism without that. Like, that's still very capitalist, even if you don't have a stock market. And I would say most of the problems we're seeing today actually do come from the stock market. And look, all my money comes from the stock market. So, like, this fucks me over more than anyone. But I think we should abolish the stock market. The stock market helps companies grow? Not really. Not really. Not in any real sense. You think Apple's doing better because line go up? No. Apple does better when the line of sales goes up, not when their stock price goes up. The only thing that does better when the line go up for the stock market is executive compensation. That's it. Executive pay goes up. Other than that, the company's health doesn't, unless they do like a stock sale, in which case, yeah, that's a good way to raise revenue, but there are plenty of other ones, plenty of healthier ones too. Late stage capitalism is such a dumb term. Doesn't mean anything. Lefties have been saying it since 2016. We're still here, LOL. Well, Neon Eagle, when people say late stage capitalism, they don't mean that the stage lasts 8 years. They mean that it lasts like 100 years. Like, it's a much longer thing when people say that. Yeah. Is it a dumb term? I mean, if you're a socialist, you probably think it's a dumb term because you probably would say that it's whitewashing capitalism and makes people think exactly what I just said, which is that maybe we should try original capitalism. But outside of actually being a socialist, I don't see why people would take issue with the term. Okay, I'm going to edit the stream to now be a less a politics stream and more a Trackmania stream. But make no mistake, we're still going to be talking about politics. We're just going to be doing it in a way that doesn't annoy my voice box as much. You know, we need to give you ADHD people something to look at.
I just saw this. What is this about?
Who just jumped in?
Oh, Matt, me. Am I supposed to be here?
You're fine. You can stay in. We're streaming. We're on Twitch if you're okay with that.
Oh yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah, but the implication is that America/capitalism in 100 years will fail and everything will collapse into a commie utopia. Not going to happen. Let me think about that for a second while I open the game, because I do have something I want to say about that.
Gwendolyn, I have no idea what that word means.
So, I do kind of think we're on that track. Late stage capitalism is no, that's wrong. People who are like, late stage capitalism is just pre-communism. Like, that's stupid. I don't think that, like, what late stage capitalism means is that there is an inevitable backslide. There is an inevitable economic structure that capitalism will default to if given enough time. A place of least resistance, or what's the exact term? Like a
If anything, late stage capitalism is pre-fascism. If anything.
Well, it's that, like, that's not even the yeah, I'd argue that, and you're kind of seeing it with Trump, but like what it's the mode of like, oh God, what's the actual scientific term? I'm like actually stupid. Hold on.
We already know.
No, not the path of least resistance. That's a different term. No.
The simplest outcome? Is that the one?
Okay, yeah, like, just like, it's capitalism's ground state. It's given enough time. The argument of late stage capitalism is that capitalism, given enough time, always will lead to an environment of extreme income inequality and governmental decline. It's like, it's not about like that. It's not that late stage capitalism is pre anything. It's that given enough time, it will always lead to an outcome, an outcome of extreme wealth inequality and extreme labor suppression, extreme like class war on poor people, extreme regulatory and government capture, overgrowth. So it's not really about, you know, hold on, let me put this back over here. Ugh. You know, it's like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, you have a ball on a hill and the ball is always going to want, you know, it has higher potential energy. Like, if you're a physics person, think of it in terms of potential energy. Like, at the top of a mountain, you have a higher gravitational potential energy than you do at like at sea level. And the idea of late stage capitalism is that capitalism is like being at the top of the mountain, and given enough time, energy is always going to try and get to its like lowest energy state. So it will always get you back to that ground place of, I can't remember this term. Like you're always going to reach this like,
Are we talking in terms of the physics metaphor? Because I'm actually doing the physics homework right now on potential energy, so like very relevant to what I'm doing right now. But I guess it's like it'll reach that equilibrium. Is that what you're trying to say?
yeah, that's a good way of putting it. No, not critical mass. You people are all throwing terms at me. No, it's just like it's about the inevitability of no matter where you start with capitalism, it's always going to end in the same place, and it's mass, like wealth inequality. That's what late stage capitalism means. Anyway, any thoughts on that completely horribly phrased like rant, Neon Eagle?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention at all. Could you repeat the last 3 hours?
Real. Wait, you've been streaming for 3 hours?
Yes.
Damn. Was it just been testing or?
No. This is a real stream. You're live.
Epic.
Yeah. So only contribute if you have like something interesting to say. Otherwise, just listen. Okay, and learn. All right, I'm going to wait for Neon Eagle to see if they are still here and they are still interested. All right, in the meantime, we're going to play some Trackmania. Why? Because every week they started this new thing called the Weekly Shorts, where every week they put out 5 new maps and you can't even see what the world records is. You just have to like learn the track and then grind and try to get first place. And if somebody finds a shortcut or some optimization or some gaming thing, like you just gotta outsmart them. You gotta outthink them. And why do I have the American flag on my car? That's no.
You're not American?
I mean, I am. I just don't want that on my car. I just not the skin I want on the car.
I mean, what other skin is there?
There's plenty. I still love this skin.
The gray one?
This isn't gray. What do you mean? Absolutely with you. I have my bachelor's in poli-sci and doing my second in sociology, and then I'm here trying to do a master's, but throughout this whole, I've been in the same pocket, and it's easy to blame yourself and get down over it without addressing the inherent social conditions you're trapped under. Yeah. I put the North Korean flag on my Rocket League car. That's funny.
Can we go back to how he has like horrible tastes in skins? This looks ugly as hell.
These are the default skins in Trackmania.
No, okay. No. The winter one is like the worst one.
The winter one?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. I'm thinking of the winter 2023 one, I think. Oh, there we go.
Why don't you want to use the
That's
American
also
flag?
ugly.
Okay, shut the fuck up, Star.
Why don't you want to use the American flag one again?
Because it's lame. Because it's lame.
It's lame.
Yeah.
Confirmed to be a communist.
I want to use. I want to use the summer one. This one is like sick as fuck.
What?
I've never even seen this one before, and it sucks because I didn't upgrade the wheels. Shit, I should have. But this skin is sick as fuck.
The CIA it should get a MK Ultra backup just to brainwash Ben Clemmy. That's what
are you people talking about? Is Clemmy here? Are people actually in like the Discord audience?
Oh, we do have people in the audience. Yeah, we have Clemmy, Logan, Red X, Fat Bat Rat with hat.
Dr. Seuss level rhyming there.
Yeah. I refuse to contribute anything.
I already have YouTube and Twitch chat open, Clemmy. I I can't keep 3 different chats open.
Holy shit.
Yes, I'm still streaming. Like, I can't keep 3 chats open, especially when I can't exactly link the Discord, like the Discord chat into the chat viewer, which is already being enough of a problem.
I'm supposed to keep it up. It's just that we've had nobody.
You're ignoring your most
Nobody
important
here.
audience, the dues paying members. That's
No,
true.
no, no.
How could you? How could
No,
you
it's
then?
my audience that.
Yeah, that's Starry's most important audience.
Yeah.
So what are you, feudal lords arguing over which peasantry you own?
Clemmy, Logan, do you guys want to jump up on stage?
Well, Clemmy's just said that she doesn't want to contribute anything valuable.
It's not like I have been. You're good? Okay. Hey, Clemmy.
Hi.
All right, I'm going. Yeah, Ben, stop ignoring me. I can't. I've already been doing it for so long. I don't know how to stop. Oh shit! I just did. All right, let's see what this map is. Okay, this is like a NASCAR map. I kind of like it. Interesting. What? Wait, what? I am. What? How did I get on the outside? Hold on. I'm sort of like confused on the shape of the map. That's cool. It's like a simple map. Well, I'm a little Oh, okay. I'm like stupid. Okay. That's I genuinely okay. An idiot. Got it. Okay, let's try this. Oh, ooh, I can't see the medal times because chat is covering it. Should probably fix that.
Damn. Brew is like losing his mind, bored probably.
It's 1 p.m. and no service calls have come in today. RIP.
Who is losing whose mind?
Brew.
Wait.
So what kind of what kind of Trackmania player are you? Are you chill? Or do you go for the crazy tricks? Like
I'm usually
stuff you prefer?
I like full speed a lot. I also I don't do a lot of khaki. I've been trying to get more into like the really crazy trick, which like that's normally called like khaki. But I'm more of like a precision player, or at least I try to be. I'm best at full speed, but I'm trying to get into other different niches. Hold on.
Cool.
Toggle position mode. Yeah.
So is this going to be a weekly thing, or is this just
Probably going to be
whenever?
more than weekly.
Interesting.
At least for the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to need a hotkey to enable toggle position mode. Yeah, that's going to be useful. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I need to get 25. That's going to be hard. Maybe I could get some sociology minor in the future. I recommend sociology over poli-sci. Devin would actually know more about this since he's gotten both.
I kind of disagree with that. I feel like poli-sci would be better as a major, but I am not in college yet, so to be honest, I have no idea. But just from like thinking about it more, I feel like sociology doesn't have the same variety that poli-sci has when it comes to career, like what you want to go into as a job.
Didn't I already like disprove this argument that like sociology has like way more career opportunities and like poli-sci
I don't know.
has exactly one career opportunity, being homeless in DC?
Okay. That I'll have to look into the career opportunities of sociology then.
Yeah, at the very least, there's one solid career path for sociology, which is study it and then debate Nazis on YouTube until you hate debating.
True.
Oh yeah, we already have that one.
Or
Yeah.
correcting Vosh on sociological analysis and then getting banned.
Real.
Why, Benjamin? You majored in sociology?
No, I didn't go to college.
Wait, I thought you were a physicist.
No, I.
Damn. Is that just your special interest?
Yes, one that I'm very good at and have very high practical knowledge in, but like I'm not actually a practicing physicist. I just know how to talk to them.
It's an easy thing to confuse.
I just look like one.
Between the free time that he has access to pursue all these different things can come off on the same level of intensity as someone who's studied something in college. So I get that.
I've probably studied it more than I would have had I just studied it in college.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I go back, I'm probably going to do sociology. I love that stuff. It's made me very happy just exploring it over the years.
Nice. And if you like sociology, then tune in tonight for the Foundation Watch Party.
Is this
I've never heard of it.
on until then?
No, I'm probably ending I'm probably ending the stream in 2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
All right. I already got author metal. Let's move on to the next track. We'll see which one I like grinding. It was a nice little fun, like, precision NASCAR type track. That was fun. I like that. What do you guys, of the 8 people who stayed and didn't leave for the Trackmania to politics transition, what do you guys think of, like, the difference in content? More or less annoying? What do you prefer? Now, I'm not going to care or change anything based on your input. I just do want to know it, though. There are merits to both. Yeah, I like to think so. We don't always have to go super hard into politics. Well, we are literally in a like progressive political org Discord. Like, yeah. By the way, if you are watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can actually join in on the stream and just talk by joining the Progressive Victory Discord. And coming onto the stream stage. You know, you can, if you do want to just talk.
I'm looking through sociology. I agree there's more job opportunities for it. I still feel like, I guess it's more of a broad field compared to just political science, where you're going to be stuck more so with political related careers. But I feel like, at least for me, because I want to do a political career, I'd rather do poli-sci with a minor in sociology. Okay.
More games? Oh, Neon Eagle, nice to see you back. Okay, yeah, I just read your thing. Agree to disagree? Okay, that's fair. I didn't do a great job explaining it either.
I think I have a better way to phrase the gaming versus like the type of content argument. Because we're always going to have politics, but it's nice to have games. Would people prefer to have like a focus on games with a background, like we jump away to political moments, versus the inverse, where it's mostly politics with cutaways to chill out and kind of de-stress is not the right word, but you understand.
Well, without like a chat that's like without a big enough chat, the only politics segments can get very draining.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with like Abigail. I think I would prefer mostly the politics stuff, but without having at least like 100 people in chat, and also without being able to figure out how to merge the YouTube and Twitch chats into a single fucking window. Because holy shit, is that really annoying to keep track of.
Yeah, it's definitely easier to do political content, especially when it's just you, when there's an active chat to kind of gauge their interest. So the more of them, definitely at that 100 or so minimum, it'll become easier to kind of judge what people are interested in, to be able to respond to them and like field questions from them. It's good.
Yeah.
I've given up on trying to keep track of both of those chats. I just go off the stream.
Yeah, you can just do that you can just go based on what shows up on the video. I can't do that because there's so much, like, the only way I could do that is if I did something like this. Let's actually see. Like, if I could pull that off. I'd have no, like, where I have just blown up the stream window. There's actually not that much latency. Okay, there's not that much latency. I can maybe just like play while looking at my own video. And then now I can see both chats in the corner like a regular viewer. Now I basically see it how like chat sees it. Just with a little.
There has to be some kind of add-on. If not, we can make one that coagulates them.
Yeah, we're gonna need to make one if it doesn't exist, because it would be really nice if there was a way to also get like the Discord chat in there as well. Is it easier for you now? It's easier for me to keep up with chat. On the downside is I can no longer hear game audio, and there is a tiny input lag that is annoying. So I'm probably not going to stick with this, but it's definitely easier to keep up with chat. I'm going to put it back the other way. I like the speedometer on the back of the car. It's really nice, and I didn't notice it for the longest time. But yeah, it's like actively like a really important and... But there are also a ton of plugins to help you manage it.
Are we a good chat so far?
You've been nice. I've been enjoying you.
I would enjoy it if there was someone I could ban for funsies.
Any volunteers?
Yeah. Anyone want to throw out the N-word? No, don't.
No.
The only type of person to do that would be you, Ben, and you're the one streaming. So
That's probably accurate.
I'm gonna head off. I gotta get back to work.
Yeah.
Hope it goes well. Nice to meet you, by the way, Red. Bing bing.
Oh, if Vosh is not streaming and there are people in Vosh chat right now, anyone want to post the link to the Twitch chat in Vosh's chat if he's not streaming?
Brigading. Not brigading because he's not streaming, I guess.
That I don't have a problem with, because if there are people in just hanging out there, that I like, then I'm just letting them know that I'm live.
It's a charity almost.
Yeah.
They're not they're just talking via text when they could be talking while also listening to a live stream.
Only tactical and true. Would you be able to post the link, Abigail? Just did. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Something incredibly helpful I did for all of our Discord people was in the event, I added the Twitch and YouTube link.
Where'd you add it?
In the event.
Ah.
The event description.
If only that event was ever going to get reused, but... And that... Yeah. So wait, there's no fundraising meeting tonight?
Nope.
Probably not, right?
Uh,
Break. I'm not having my meeting for New Jersey today.
I said that in the chat. I
What?
wrote it down, Benjamin.
you know I don't read.
That's bad. Are we gonna have to send you back to elementary school?
We need to get Ben to debate a Nazi on live stream. Nah. He'll probably start saying like, "No, I want to listen to what you have to say. You're kind of convincing me."
Jesus Christ. Okay, I doubt there's anything a Nazi would say that would convince me.
He just has to say, I actually, the Nazi, all he has to say is agree with your stance on the R word, and then you're in.
True, then I would agree with them, but then they'd be agreeing with me, which is a little bit more tolerable from a Nazi. Also, I'd probably have to check and get permission with, like, Sam, and if he's okay with me bringing a Nazi onto the Discord just to debate them.
You'd say,
Yo.
no, and then you wouldn't do it.
He'd be like,
Yeah.
"You can do it, just don't do it in the Discord. Do it in a non-Discord stream." And I'd be like, "Yeah, that's probably the right
Imagine
right
you-
call."
Imagine you get, like, the biggest neo-Nazi, Nick Fuentes, on. I would say he's the biggest.
We get you to debate
Imagine
a Nazi, that's
I
how
was
we get you to use
on
the tactical
stream
word.
sucking not Nick Fuentes' dick. That would be even more unprecedented and also wild.
Don't do that, please.
No streamer has ever done that before.
Please don't do that. Please. There
is an environment where I would use the N-word in a debate with a Nazi to try and prove how racist they're being. There is a scenario where I would do that.
I don't know.
But I probably wouldn't do it on stream.
Did you just say you would say the N-word to a Nazi?
If they think that their racism is, if they think they can impress me with their racism to try and get them to actually engage with the conversation, yeah,
Oh my God.
I'd consider it.
What is it like?
Bro
You're
choked
What?
that run. In your run, you were faster than your personal best, but then you didn't make the turn.
Hey, I want to run for Congress in Miami. I don't think anything I've said on this stream will be a problem.
So you just, I don't know, admitting to saying, oh yeah, I would totally say the N-word.
That's not what I said. I
know you didn't say that. I'm making a joke.
I said that there is some logic potentially in when arguing with a literal Nazi who has probably already said the N-word themselves in the debate several times.
Is it like some sort of like way to kick their ego out? Like, you
Yes.
think you're racist? Look at me.
No,
I'm
it's
saying
not.
the
It's
N-word.
not that. It's that like they think. So I've been in a similar situation once where I'm arguing with a Nazi and they're just throwing slurs at me, like instead of talking, and like they just don't engage because they're more impressed with trying to shock you with the slurs. But they're also not leaving you alone because it is, well, at least in this environment, I was actively being harassed and getting death threats by this guy. So probably should have just blocked him. But in that environment, they're already using slurs. And it's like, they're just trying to show, they're trying to like emotionally damage you because they think you're so fragile that hearing the word hurts you. So in that environment, like VGG
Sorry,
says you need a posture check. Okay. I don't fucking know. Posture check. I don't even know what the fuck that means.
You need to stop hunching.
Okay.
Amateur racism versus competitive racism.
True. Well, it does seem like 3 people joined the stream from VGG.
Yo, we have like what, 6 people now?
It says 11 for me. When you
my
put
God.
when you put both streams combined. Ooh, that was a good one. Hold on. God damn it. Fuck that one up. By the way, I do love if that for anybody from VGG who did come in, they're just like, really? But the first stream of Benjamin I'm watching and he's doing the fucking tactical N-word discourse? Really? I thought Vosh wasn't streaming today.
Didn't Vosh make that same argument?
Wait,
a
I'm
while
top
ago?
91 in Florida on Twitch right now?
How
How is that possible?
Florida is a hellscape, so no one really lives there.
How is actually... Oh, okay, okay. I
Because
would...
no one's streaming because it's
Okay, in Trackmania,
4:16
okay.
p.m.
No, he meant my rank in the game. No, I'm in Trackmania, I'm probably like the third or like the second or third best Trackmania player in Florida. Like I'm pretty regularly like in the top 5 of the Florida ranking. Now this is a game that has more Europeans than Americans in it, but still.
If we go by, I'm looking at the Trackmania category right now. You're like, where is it? 4, 8, 12, 16. Oh, top 20
Wait, I'm top 20 in the Trackmania category.
on the 20th, at least on Twitch. On the
Holy shit.
20th ranking.
God damn.
20. Oh, wait, actually, no, I was wrong. No, I was right.
Matt,
4,
you're
8,
fucking
12,
killing me
16.
here.
Fucking. Oh yeah, you're top 20. No, you're not. Yes, you are. No, you're not. Fucking keep pulling the rug out under. No, but yes, you are top 20. I thought I was wrong for a second, but then I realized I was correct.
How do I?
sounding right.
Okay. How do I get like this? I'm trying to figure out how to like do this ending properly. Wait, what? Oh, it's a bug slide. I'm fucking stupid.
Is this how you drive in the Boca suburbs too?
Yes. Yes. Actually, yes. You know, I have a ticket for going 114 miles an hour on like from a few years ago, I got a ticket for going 114 miles an hour coming back from Orlando.
Oh.
So, yes. Jesus fuck. Yeah. It's amazing what feeling untouchable will do to you. Just don't do that shit over crosswalks or in a school zone. Well, it was a highway, so yeah. Like, I wouldn't do that. There are places in Florida where it's not technically legal, but like the road is basically begging you to drive at full speed. Like, driving from Miami to Naples is such like actually a dead road where if you're not speeding, you are breaking the law if you are driving the speed limit. How?
I'm
200ths
looking
of a second. I
I'm
hate it
still
here.
looking
I do too. That you have no idea how badly I want to live in DC. North Florida is nice though. No, it isn't. That's some. I'm calling cap right there.
I'm looking at
North Florida is Florida with less attractive women and more grits. It's worse food and less attractive women. What is North Florida supposed to be?
I'm looking at the different. I'm still looking at the career differences between political science and sociology because I am curious. And with political science, both degrees include the nonprofits as a possible career.
I'll take your word for it, dude.
Are you talking to chat right now?
Yes, I am talking to chat.
Okay. Gotta keep 2 chats open, YouTube and Twitch, to see who you're talking to in real time.
Yes, seriously. Oh, shit. That would have been a good time. Okay. I don't think I fully understand this map. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't been to Tallahassee in a really long time, but I was in Jacksonville somewhat recently. And I thought it was actual hell. Like, right? It sucks. It's like, it's South Georgia. Like, it just shouldn't be part of the state. Like, if we were a sane country, it should be part of Georgia. Now, if any of the viewers do happen to be in Jacksonville, which you're not, but let's pretend for a second. I'm not saying Jacksonville sucks because it's a bad city. I mean, I do think that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it sucks because I don't like southern cities because they all have a, let's go with slavey vibe to them. And Jacksonville also has that vibe. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say with that? It's like, there's like, you look at the architecture, you look at like the homes, and you're just like, yeah, there were probably slave owners here previously. And that's just uncomfortable. It's like, there's something really uncomfortable about that. I just realized that I said this in a way that is so easy to clip as me being racist. And god damn it.
Yay! First out of context.
I don't like the South, because when I'm down there, I get, you know, just a slavey vibe, if you know what I'm saying. You know, do you know what I mean, chat? Do you get what I'm saying?
Consider this a landmark development in your Twitch career.
What a stupid fucking way of saying that. Holy shit.
Corporate speak be like,
no DC for you now. Yeah. If only racism prevented you from winning elections, then my chances would be ruined.
yeah, just, I don't know,
What?
get rid of the stream VOD. Boom, there we go. Is anyone looking here anyway?
I'm probably just gonna keep the stream VOD, because who actually gives a shit? The stream VOD's gonna be deleted in the next 30 days anyway, because Twitch doesn't keep them. So
wait, is that gonna happen to the election day one?
the election day one is gone, but I saved it. Oh wait, I'm streaming to YouTube. I'll just download it. At some point, I'll just edit this into segments, so it'll be fine. But I'm crazy, so I'll probably keep this in. I'll just probably put text saying that was poorly worded.
Or just add the context, and there we go, boom.
Well, it's not about adding the context, because you can still clip it out of context, so I'll probably just put like a watermark on it, being like, hear me out.
Racist on stream.
Yeah, it's his first.
True.
If you think about it, it's his first.
You'd love to see my first interaction with MTG. I promise you, my first interaction with MTG is probably going to be me calling her a cunt. That will
Oh my god.
almost certainly be. Wait, is that a word you can say on stream? Is Twitch gonna get mad at me for that?
I have no idea, but that word is very strong. I'll just say that.
Not for our generation. But I do hope it would piss off Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, it would probably piss her off. If you want to go for the route of pissing her off, definitely the best route is to insult her. And that's a pretty good insult.
You can say it on Twitch. We're good. Okay, yeah. So I'd probably call her a cunt.
I don't want to say the word because I know Hassan got banned for it, but it's the white one. Because you could say that, but you can't say fucking, you know what? I don't want to get you banned, Ben.
He'll get himself banned, don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, then.
Also, like, there are plenty of, like, you're
This
not
one.
going to get banned for saying cracker because it's a chip.
Oh, shit.
Like,
Oh, real. You're right.
you have to be calling someone that to be banned.
I love eating crackers in the morning.
Call her a Neanderthal
yum.
instead and show her the comparison images. That's true. I should probably save trashy cunt for Lauren Boebert. I can probably be more creative with MTG.
You gotta, yeah, like, what about badly built beach blonde?
You don't like the C word? It's just
Bleach
grating you? Apologies. But also, like, I don't know. I don't find it disrespectful to women. Also, most women in our generation don't find it disrespectful to women because they're smart enough to know that the rest of the world uses it very differently.
Well, Australians, it's practically a part of their daily vocabulary.
Your cat's watching the stream? It's not. That does not want to open. All right. Well, okay. Well, we'll try that later. This map is actually pissing me off now. I'm gonna focus for like a second.
You can focus?
Not easily. I wonder what the YouTube view count is at, because I feel like the view count from this is like bullshit.
Brother, the view count is going to be low.
Yeah,
It is not
I
changing.
know it's going to be low. I'm just curious if this one's accurate.
$9 question mark.
It's really easy to see the average silence of a sociology major, average salary of a sociology major, but once you get into political science major, it's like all over the place. I can't seem to find a good, like, oh, just in general political science majors and their average salary out of college. Because I'm trying to compare that, get a better idea of the types of jobs in each field and what they're paid.
New cola better than Coca-Cola? How dare you? One of them's not even real. I really need to find a way to like merge the Discord chat, the Twitch chat, and the YouTube chat into a single window. Like that.
We can make Logan do it.
Is Logan still here? Logan, are you?
Yes, he is.
And Logan, any thoughts on how the fuck you would do that? It would probably have to be some event based in some way.
Notice me that by is wild.
Logan said, "Notice me, Ben Pie."
Yeah.
You can
then-
jump into the audio anytime you want.
Said, "I'll look into it."
You'll look
Can
into
you-
it? Okay, thank you.
I'll invite him to speak if he wants to. Oh.
He doesn't
okay.
want to. He just wants to be a chatter.
That's
So-
fair. You can just
is
jump
fair.
on to the Twitch chat, and it will be much
sure?
easier for me to
Oh.
read.
Sorry, just left. Okay. You just crashed or something?
You'll probably get more attention on YouTube or Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, by far, because I cannot see the Discord chat at all. I have to like close out the game
Oh.
to look at it.
Interesting. Interesting.
Wait a second. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe there's like a. Maybe I can.
Maybe. This
Ma-
is still a question?
Yeah, it hasn't this question been answered numerous times in the past few months already?
Okay. You're like, shut the fuck up, both of you. Maybe this is an easier. Maybe going the other way is an easier, at least for me.
I'll have to make a Twitch account. Use YouTube.
Yeah. YouTube is yeah, Twitch is a little more annoying, I'll be honest. When it comes to general usability. At least that's how I feel. Wait, Logan, do you not have a Google account?
Twitch is easier for me to see, just so everyone knows. It is much easier for me to see. By far, the easiest chat for me to read is the Twitch
How?
chat.
You
Because
don't have a Google. Sorry, I'm talking to Logan.
gotta go into a hospital basement for one of my service calls. See ya. All right, see you. Discord is cringe anyways. Discord is fucking cringe.
The only reason Discord is the most used is, I think, partially because of their advertising to gamers, and also because no viable competitor has popped up.
Well, YouTube is objectively a better platform than Twitch, but Twitch does have some nice features, and currently the chat box is working for Twitch. So,
From what I've heard, at least from what I've just looked at and seen, YouTube seems to be better for the general like viewer and like consumer of content. Well, at least when it comes to live streams, while Twitch is better generally for like the streamer themselves, because there's a lot more customizability.
that's definitely true. Although YouTube, it's a bit strong saying YouTube is good for the customer. Like the YouTube's UI is still trash.
It's simple, and it's simple to. Well, it depends on what platform you're looking at it. If it's PC, it might be a little bit more complicated, but if it's on your phone, it's generally easy to do what you want.
Hold on.
And get to the places you want to.
Hold on. So I'm gonna content farm for a second. Hold on.
Epic.
H-Bomber guy, we need you.
For a second, I thought you said his name and that he posted something. Don't say his name without him having posted something. Don't give me hope. Don't give me hope that he'll come back.
There was a really good video I saw on fixing YouTube's UI. I'm curious.
Has just gotten worse over time.
If
Because
any
lately, in all
This is
honesty,
not.
most
This is not it. Hold on. Which one was it? It was from this
feel like-
channel. This video.
Spotify.
No,
The
wait.
world.
UI that needs the most fixing, though, honestly, out of all the social out of all these like websites, is Discord. Genuinely, like Discord is so bad. Its
Oh
UI
yeah,
is horrible.
this video they did a. This same person did it. This is a great channel. I don't know why I'm not subscribed.
For
I
you,
love
Lisa
this
Murray.
channel.
YouTube,
I
the
think
world's
I
most
I
popular
know who you're
platform for
talking
sharing
about, 'cause
videos like
watched,
this
I
one,
think, their
home to some of
video
the
on
best
Discord.
I
content
actually
on
haven't
the
seen a lot of
YouTube used to have a
H Bomber
unique
guy.
design style throughout the years. For example,
Real-
sharp
you-
corners
okay.
and lots
After
of
you're done
red
streaming
everywhere
today,
with a memorable
you
layout.
you
But
have
recently,
to.
it's more
Have
rounded
to.
out, become more
Watching
gray,
H Bomber
and
guy
add a bit of pink. We
is
often
like
forget what the
if you
U in
watch
YouTube
like watching
means.
video
It means
essays on YouTube, his video essays are some of the best, I think, on the platform, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Logan, you're here.
Did you just
Wait.
just noticed him?
Well, no, he's in the Twitch chat now. Yeah, I'm gonna back it up a little. Matt, is the video that I'm playing, is the audio of that video showing through Discord?
What do you mean?
Was there audio other than my voice going through Discord?
I don't recall now.
That explains it. Okay. I should find a way to fix that because I feel like that would probably.
Which channel is this again?
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. Nope, not that one. Okay, hold on. Were you able to hear the sensor noise?
No.
No. Oh. Oh, chat can hear the sensor noise, but Discord can't hear the sensor noise. Oh, so you guys can hear the sensor noise, but Discord can't hear it. Okay, well, Matt.
Wait, you were asking if I could hear
Yeah.
it via the stream or via your own voice.
Oh, well, I guess that means that Discord is fucking. So yeah, now I can finally censor the art away.
What do you? Oh.
Okay, I'll stop doing that.
I was like, what do you? Is that using voice mods censor option, or is it just built into Discord or something?
I can do this though and make myself sound
So you can play it
like an adult. What do you guys think of this?
That doesn't make you sound like adult. That does the exact
I think
opposite.
you're completely
So
wrong.
you went from 12-year-old boy to 10-year-old.
Yeah, real
boy. Got
voice. We're getting experimental now. Yeah, this is me right as
Dad, play that game.
This is me as I hit the age old enough to make a Twitch account.
Okay, anyway, I'm playing a video, so Matt, don't talk over it since apparently you can't hear.
Okay.
Throughout the years, for example, sharp corners and lots of red everywhere with a memorable layout. But recently, it's more rounded out, become more gray, and
Yeah,
added a bit
YouTube's
of
UI
pink.
is
We often forget
actually
what the
shit.
You in YouTube
This is
means.
such a
It
good
means
video.
You guys are the users. So I asked you guys about your problems with YouTube, and oh my god, guys, what have they done to you? Rest assured, I read all your messages and put my own experience as something of a YouTube user on top of it. So here's my redesign of YouTube. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. YouTube's branding was always so simple and elegant. Red for the main color and Roboto for the font. Funny that YouTube used to have a god tier layout and at some point it just went downhill. Like, how about we don't put the trending and stuff all the way down?
Okay,
And
so this is actually something like YouTube peaked with the 4th gen iPod touches and iPhone. True. Okay, do you guys remember how like trending used to be like a real fucking thing on YouTube, and you would go to the trending page and see like what the current trending video on YouTube was, and then you'd watch it and you'd be like, yo, that video's on. That was so fucking cool. It was so nice to just be able to see like the top 50 videos on the platform, and it was just in its own little like tab, like right at the bottom on mobile, and that's gone now, and I miss that. Like that was such a good way to like, but it probably didn't make them money. Like there was probably something about it. It was always a bit shit. Okay, it was always a bit shit, but it was still nice to have. It was our shit, is what I'm saying.
instead bring all the explore options to the top because everyone uses this all the time.
This
and
I disagree
instead of having
with.
these duplicates, just make it easier to find something as important as settings by putting it out here. Then we have a list of subscriptions taking so much space and being so useless. You know what's useful? Seeing a list of all my subscriptions. Well, where's that? Oh, it's like right here. You just gotta expand this list and scroll and scroll and just about now. Yeah, just a little more. It's here. And
You know what's crazy? YouTube still doesn't show you all the videos of the people you're subscribed to. And I understand the reason why they don't do it, but I would like the option to force them to. I would really appreciate the option. I saw Star Wars Theory. From me or from this person?
It's here. And congratulations. While you were busy looking for a list of your subscriptions, you saw a list of all your subscriptions. Look at this mess. Subscriptions here is a feed. That could literally just be a filter on the homepage. Subscriptions here is a long list. And subscriptions here is a useless button to another featureless page. Why don't we just merge them all together into a proper dropdown and an actually useful page that we'll get to in a bit. And look, I don't know what this blue thing means, okay? Bring back the numbers. And since there are these channel profile cards in the comment section of videos, allow us to get them all across YouTube, including the sidebar. On mobile, there's home, shorts, subscriptions, you, and this annoying little upload.
Yeah, it should be home, shorts, trending, library, and profile. That's what it
As
should
if
be.
The average YouTube user needs
Why
to
not
see and misclick it
subscriptions?
every
That's library.
second.
But
Just
sure,
like
yeah,
desktop, moving to the
subscriptions.
homepage, a quick swipe to reveal the explore options, a shorts page if you insist, subscriptions.
I
and
like
instead of a
YouTube
view
Shorts.
page
I don't-
with all the account settings mixed with the activities on YouTube. Let's have a
hate YouTube
library
Shorts with
page
a
with your
burning passion.
activities and an icon for your account stuff on the top to match other Google products.
True.
Finally, I want to make it easier to search, so I'll
Well,
replace.
I don't understand what the difference between subs and library should be. I like that. I don't get, but maybe they'll explain. I don't remember this video. I also like YouTube Shorts, but we're both early Zoomers. That's true, but I'm a boomer at heart. Or no, not boomer. I'm the one before it at heart.
I'm the most. If
It's the
who's the
upload
biggest
icon with
zoomer
it.
here, it's me.
Oh,
okay?
unquestioningly.
So the fact that I hate YouTube Shorts, well, I hate it because it's addictive. So
Rip. I like Instagram Reels because I've fine-tuned my algorithm to send me the perfect mix of bird videos and edgy comedians. It's perfect.
the thing about YouTube Shorts is that I purposefully haven't made a TikTok account because I don't want to get addicted to short form content, and now they put it on fucking YouTube, so it's and you can't disable it. So it's impossible to goddamn avoid.
How is your account locked with Meta products?
Anyway, I should probably go because I still have homework I need to do. So,
Okay, see you, Matt.
Yep, bye.
Bye. Bird videos are objectively awesome, hilarious video. Hold on,
And yeah,
we're gonna tangent just a bit now. Hold on, we're gonna tangent mid tangent. This is ADHD the stream. This is not what I thought would come up. This is what I thought would come up.
Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Louis. Louis. Louis! Louis.
you're so cute.
I fucking adorable.
What happened? Oh my goodness! Thank you.
Actually fucking adorable. Yeah, I've seen Apollo.
You free, buddy? No!
Okay, this video is literally fucked. Hold on. Why? Like, this video, one bird being a dumbass and falling is fine, but like, this is literally just abuse. What the fuck? Like, what the wait? Like, what the actual fuck? Yeah, like, actually though.
Did this influencer?
Oh, this is a good one too.
Reaction. A fitness influencer has been fiercely slammed
Now we're just
online
content
for working
stealing.
out in the middle of a crowded airplane. During a 35-hour flight, Barbara DeRegil, 37, decided to do a full-body workout in the middle of the plane.
Airline crew are given tremendous power and authority by the FAA to ensure that other passengers on that flight are safe. And if a flight attendant determines that what you are doing potentially puts risk to other passengers, that crew member can tell you to stop, and you must comply or be in violation
I hate
of the
rage
law.
bait
Now, when you apply that
influencers.
law to the facts of this case, you can see that there's no denying this influencer did a full workout. However, there's no report that the flight crew asked her to stop. And because she's not in violation of...
You don't like his presentation?
Am I tripping or is this
Rip. I think he's goated.
With the sauce?
Yeah. Oh, this is good. Okay. What? This is like edited to shit because I recognize some of these videos. Okay, this is hilarious. Look at this. You want good bird videos? This is good bird content. That's some good bird shit right there. That's delicious. I'm eating that up. Just eating the bird shit.
Oh, like your bird. Eating the bird shit.
Look up budgies for funny stuff. I'm not a huge fan of budgies, but I have seen some funny stuff. Hold on. My algorithm is better with for funny bird stuff on Instagram.
It must be Apple. Birds like expensive
Oh my god, what is it with this AI? Like, these videos are edited by AI, they're voiced by AI. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to like start manually remembering the videos.
You can ask not to recommend channels.
Oh yeah, this was another funny thing that happened. A Quaker parrot, the type of parrot that I have, went after a reporter's AirPod on air.
This news reporter learned while on air that it's a jungle out there. A beautiful parrot seemed to be making friends with Nicholas Crumb, a reporter in Santiago, Chile. But it was really planning a heist. It stole Crumb's earpiece.
I've seen
The
Augie,
bird might have taken
adorable.
issue with Crumb's report, which was about an increase in robberies in the city. But it only confirmed this journalist's story was accurate. Crumb tried to carry on with his report as his camera...
Anna Kasparian, after being robbed by a Quaker parrot. Death to birds. Okay. What were we doing? Right. YouTube redesign.
Might take some time to get used to it, but at least the hitbox would be bigger and it would be much closer to your thumb. Now that we have the basics
If only
in, let's
humans
start
were
our
as funny
exploration.
and kind as parrots, I think you'll
By
find that they're
merging all
not
these
funny
categories
or
in the
kind
sidebar-
parrots.
There are 3 parrots within 50 feet of me. I promise you, kind is not the word I would use to describe them. Certainly not Starly. She would scream and accuse the bird of targeting her for being a woman. True. True.
into one explore page, I'm getting 2 birds with 1 click.
Oh.
1, you get to the trending and explore faster, and 2, these other categories get some exposure too by having a previous design. The homepage is a sanctuary for all of our own interests, one of the most personal things about a human. And look, you watch one video and your feed gets swarmed with that topic. You might tell YouTube what you like and what you dislike, and there's no way to know if YouTube is actually updating it for you. To fix these problems, YouTube could simply leave it to you to build your feed, only if there was a little icon in here that opened your eyes to the magical world of choice. So you normally go about your exploration on YouTube, and YouTube adds these tags for you based on your interests, and you can filter out the content on your feed by clicking on them. Normal stuff. But if you ever want to modify a tag that YouTube chose for you, you can use this. Just enter a tag that you want to watch. These tags could be topics, content types, channels, and so on. So here
This
are
would
all
be
posts
so
from your subscriptions.
fucking
It goes the other way around
cool.
too. You don't ever want to hear of something? Just mute it. Don't like shorts on your homepage? Completely exclude it. If YouTube has any suggestions, it can show them here at the end of the list. And if you'd like it, you can confirm it. Now, to increase engagement, there would be these types of boxes like here are some videos you might have missed from your subscriptions. Or here are some videos based on what you've been watching recently. And it could choose
I
to show
want
more
this
of them
so
and accept them
badly.
as a defining tag on your feed. Or let YouTube know that just because you watched something once, it doesn't mean that now your interest switched 180 degrees to that topic. Now let's watch this video. Yeah, literally this video. This is the most important page of YouTube. I mean,
Subscribe to this
is
person.
YouTube,
Like, they
and
do
we're all used
UI
to this
reworks
layout, more
for
or
a ton
less.
of different
Videos
things.
up here, comments down here, and
Like
suggestions on the
concepts.
side. As
It's
someone
so
who
good.
designs,
They
I'd
did
say this
Discord
layout
too.
is pretty inefficient because if you want to read the comments, you scroll completely out of the
Okay, YouTube comment sections piss me off because for one thing, you don't get notifications for comment. Like if you write a comment and somebody replies or likes it, you get no notifications. You have no idea. You cannot meaningfully have a conversation in a YouTube chat because it's not a proper forum like Reddit. YouTube chat should just be upvote, downvote, and then there should be a notification feed where you get only notifications from chats. That's it. It would increase engagement so fucking much.
videos.
So
by that
stupid.
logic, it would make sense why YouTube decided to test this design a while back. But as a human and someone who uses the site, I'd say it looked bad and kind of introduced more problems
That's
than it was
disgusting.
trying to solve. For example, comments had less space to grow, so we had to scroll more. And related videos has so little space, and that's why it made everyone mad. So let's stick with this familiar face and fix its problems instead. Like whatever kind of abomination this is. Why is channel name repeated here? The view count and publish date are written so close to the style of the description that makes them harder to see. And this isn't even the actual date. Why don't we bring them up?
Also, I would love a way to refresh the view count. It would be nice if like the view count refreshes like every second, but that could probably be expensive for YouTube on the back end. Like extremely expensive, like so expensive that it could bankrupt Google. So I understand why they don't do it, but it would be nice.
Next to the main info about the video and free up more space. And while we're here, can we talk about how misunderstood YouTube is about watch later? It's not a playlist. It's me saying I don't have time now and I want to remember to watch it later. So don't give me this pop-up. Instead, let me do it with one click. So later when I finish watching the video, I'd see this huge reminder so I could remove it if I don't want it piling up in my watch later list. And finally,
that'd be
about
nice.
dislikes. I say bring it back, but bring it back for everyone, including
They intentionally stop letting people see the accurate view count to prevent botting. Who gives a shit? Like,
oh, I remember
just
this
prevent
one.
bot. Yeah,
It
they
was
did this
the
with
James-
disliking too, and it's like, who
It
gives
was
a
the
shit?
James Charles
There are better ways.
watch parties where people would watch James Charles sub count go down.
the comments. Have you noticed that the comments never had a dislike counter? It's because back in the early days, YouTube integrated Google's social media site called Google+. And on Google+, there was only a like button or
Wait,
plus one
really?
and no dislikes.
That's why-
So the YouTube dislike for comments was just a shell of
yeah,
a button.
James
I think
Charles-
it's time to change that. But guys, try to love each other. Life is just
Oh, you're
too
on
short.
video.
Listen, I love the YouTube comment section so much, I just can't wait to not be able to follow who's replying to who. To fix that, let's make each comment a thread of replies and make it easier to open and close each reply. And instead of this icon that shows the content creator has replied to a comment and make it harder to find where the comment is, make the content creator's first reply visible right underneath. But the comment section itself is so deprived of features. Like, instead of a whole new layout, how about we just add some filters? Like top comments based on interactions and replies. Most like comments, newest, timed, and topic comments. And definitely a search box. Because a browser search doesn't search all the replies, it just searches the stuff that's already loaded on the page. Up here you can see that this video has a live chat box and video suggestions. Clicking the live chat box opens this up. This box gives so little space to the chat and makes it so annoyingly hard to follow. So if YouTube wants to compete here, it has to make the chat take the whole page and add these tabs up here to switch to suggestions or transcripts. Then the chat itself is very crowded, especially with all the profile pictures, and there's not enough contrast between the users and their message. And if you tag someone, it's the same color and font style. How about we grab the color of each user's profile and put it on their username, then delete the profile pictures and put some contrast in here. Another frustrating thing is that you can't watch the live stream in full screen while reading the live chat. Like, the chat is half the fun. Instead, there are these 3 buttons on full screen that, well, one of them doesn't even work.
Not you guys, though. You suck.
There is a one-click watch later here, as
haven't
you've
typed anything in like
dedicated
5
your whole
minutes.
screen to watching this video right now, and not when you're passing by this video casually. Make it make sense, YouTube. Then this share button doesn't even use the YouTube share pop-up. It's just the operating system one. Instead, what if we put a chat icon while in full screen that opened the sidebar with the chat? And if you want, the suggestions too. So you wouldn't have to get out of full screen mode when you're just casually watching your recommendations. But now that we're on the video, let's talk about its controls. This is extremely cramped and the order of options is pretty bad. Like, the video quality is much more important than these others. It's kind of something you want to keep an eye on as well, so let's bring it out here. Then let's merge all these extra options.
Oh, no. They're not gonna do that. Fuck you. I'm in a church. Why are you in a church? Why are you watching me in a church? Praise Jesus. Why are you listening to me, of all people?
None of us are, like, me and Benj, we're both not Christian.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I'm atheist.
I thought you were Jewish.
So, most Jews are atheists, in the US at least. Okay.
Open them in a new overlay. Now we can...
By the way, YouTube will never bring the quality icon out here or do anything to make it easier, because they are actively trying to make people watch stuff in as low a quality as they can get away in, because it is ungodly expensive. Like, you will not believe how much it costs to, like, run this shit. Hold on. Tangent number 17. What? Where did this... Where... Is this it?
On the standard Windows calculator...
Nope. What? Wait, this isn't YouTube? Oh my god, no wonder I couldn't understand. Why not being of faith and progressive isn't mutually exclusive? That's very narrow-minded. No, I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I just think it's weird to be watching a Twitch streamer in church. It's weird to both be... It is uncommon to both be the kind of person who watches a Twitch streamer while also being the type of person to go to a church. It increasingly uncommon subset of people. And one of them is watching me. Okay, we're gonna do this
But,
tangent in a
shouldn't you be
second.
paying attention to like a sermon or something?
Yeah, like, isn't there some sort of like God you should be paying attention to? Unless you think it's me, in which case I'm flattered, but also a retard. What are you doing?
Another one.
That's
1,000 this stream alone.
I threw that one in there because I had to. What was I looking for? Oh, right. Here we
So
go.
if you look at this, let's go in here. We're going to say that I've streamed for about 8
Yeah,
hours
it's still
right now.
500.
We're going to say that we have 9,000 viewers right now. We're going to put the average at about 8,000. If every one of you is watching at 1080p and you have been the whole time, it costs Twitch $4,360 to run this stream. That's how that works. That is why Twitch is losing money. This is the reason. You do that for every streamer on the platform. Now, you remember, if we're at 720p, it's $2,000. If it's 480p, it's $1,100. Per year? No. For this stream.
Lady, I'm multitasking.
That's this stream, not per month. This singular stream at 8 hours of stream.
I'm not a
So if you look
lady,
at this,
but I see what
let's
you're
go in here. We're going to say that I...
So yeah, and it doesn't get better for YouTube. This shit is expensive to run. Also, you're multitasking? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, this shit is expensive, though. So YouTube is going to do whatever they can to get people to be watching with the lowest bit rate at the lowest quality. And honestly, I do not blame them until we have some sort of magic compression algorithm or some sort of magic server storage breakthrough. Like, this shit is... It is a miracle if YouTube is profitable. That's a good... Is YouTube profit? Huh. Okay, maybe it is profitable. Okay, if they're revealing it, then it means that it's profitable. It's a miracle that YouTube is profitable. Twitch definitely isn't fucking profitable. Kick might be, considering how much like casino money they're rolling in. They might be fine. But like, still, it's a miracle. So yeah, you should buy... I'm not going to get mad at like YouTube for doing the ad block shit. I'm not going to get mad at YouTube for like pumping YouTube Premium, especially when YouTube Premium is such a good fucking deal. No ads, a free version, like a free Spotify competitor, like with YouTube Music. The money you paid goes directly to whichever content creators you watch. Like background play and a few other things. Like it's objectively a good deal, like a really fucking good deal. YouTube should really build Patreon like directly into it. Like Google should buy Patreon is what I'm saying. Like if I were the CEO of Google, I would buy Patreon. Please no. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be great for the consumer, but from a business perspective, it would be such a good move. I literally have to live off less than 1,000. There needs to be a cheaper version of Premium that doesn't include music stuff. I just want no ads. Yeah, that's fair. Hold on. How much is it now? There should probably be like a $5 YouTube Premium tier. This is going to accidentally dox my info. Maybe I'm not going to look at this right now. But yeah, that would probably be helpful.
add any more cool settings. Like how about an audio channel selector or a setting that makes the video sticky? So when you scroll down to the comment section, you can both read the comments and keep an eye on the video. I mean, let's be fair, I can't watch the video while reading the comments, but when I leave the video for the homepage, it brings up the mini player anyway to continue watching the video. Speaking of this mini player, especially on mobile, YouTube, excuse you, but what the hell is this? There is not a single reason I can think of that this needed to be done. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the mini player is just...
Do you know how to stream a single window in OBS? I know how to. I'm just lazy enough not to want to have to manage switching windows.
Just one of the ways for us to close the video, and I know you want us to keep engaging and not close the video by making the hitbox smaller than what it used to be. But just because you want us to stay on the video, it doesn't mean that you should make it harder for us to leave it. Because if I want to leave it, I will. But this is just gonna make me annoyed. Just revert this mini player to what it was before, and please don't change for the sake of change. Huh? The way she removed the comment section. What, really? Why would you allow the video to be spoiled for me? Either these timed comments shouldn't be there before you open the comments section, or the comments should just be an icon, which might actually hurt engagement and you might not see an important comment that you wouldn't want to miss. You decide. Which one would you prefer? Now, since I really like this rant from this creator, I'm gonna subscribe. And for notifications, I'm gonna, what does personalized even mean if I'm not the person personalizing it? Let me choose which type of content I want to get notified about. All of them, only some of them, or none. Now, that's what I call personalized personalization. Wait, what? Take a break from YouTube? Fine. I guess now's a good time to introduce you guys to Brilliant, today's sponsor. So, like, a creator's links used to be up here. Now there's only one link in this tasteless style of a
Actually,
habit.
You know what? This is content theft. Watch the fucking ad break.
Fine.
Fuck you, watch the ad break.
To introduce you guys to Brilliant, today's sponsor. So what is Brilliant? Brilliant is where you learn math, programming, and science by doing things. Okay, so what is brilliant about Brilliant? Well, the fact that you can just solve problems, get points.
Hey, I have to watch it too. I'm also suffering.
It has a mobile application, so you can literally learn anything, like a new math lesson anywhere you are on the go. Brilliant. I've been practicing my computer science skills on it.
It's a small price to pay for content.
It just makes me feel so productive. You too can try Brilliant for free for a full 30 days and get 20% off an annual premium subscription. Whoa, now ain't that brilliant? Just visit brilliant.org/juxtapose by scanning this QR code or
okay, if this goes on any longer, I might kill myself.
A YouTube channel is probably the second most important part of YouTube, and it's also the second worst thing about it, especially since they changed this flawless layout to this new one where they made the banner a bit smaller, wasted more space on the page, and hid information behind pop-ups. Like a creator.
Probably.
There's links used to be up here. Now there's only one link in...
Hot take, pirating is antisocial. I agree. I agree in most cases. There are some cases where I think pirating's fine if there's no way to access it or like the company is objectively being abusive with the pricing. But like, I agree.
This tasteless style of a full URL. I understand that they removed the links from the banner to make it harder for people to leave YouTube, but believe me, that is not the reason people might leave YouTube. Then this entire info section is just so cramped. Pull the profile picture up, organize the text a little better, bring the subscribe button to the right, and that's it. Now we can pull the rest of the page higher. On here, let's bring back two important tabs that had no reason to be removed. Channels tab, which showed featured channels, and the About page. I mean, there's so much
so they did get rid of the channels page because like why? That was a good feature. Oh shit. Thank you. Okay. Well, I guess we're done with that video accidentally. Okay. Use the code 5sugar, sign up today. That's funny. Premium's definitely worth it, though. It is. It's worth it. It's pretty good. But yeah, only if you can afford it. All right, let's go back to Trackmania. Star, are you still here?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just like, it got silent for a second, and then I'm remembering, oh yeah, I'm the one who's supposed to talk.
I'm just chilling.
Can you race against other people? You can. It's mostly a time trial game, but there is no collisions, which at first does sound disappointing, but it really is the charm of the game, is that it's all about time trials. I normally hate time trials in every other game, other racing game. Somehow in this game, there's something kind of magical about it. YouTube Premium is now $14. Yeah, they need a cheaper option. But it would also be cool if when you basically do the channel subscription, if you got YouTube Premium, but just for that channel. So like, if I do the channel subscription for like the Vanguard, I no longer get ads on their videos. I mean, society is fucked mindset is only debilitating to your mental health if you have another mindset in addition to the society is fucked mindset is not inherently damaging to your mental health. It's the secondary mindset you have on top of it. Society is fucked, and so I guess I will enjoy the time I have, or society is fucked, I better hide in the fucking kitchen. Like it depends on the secondary mindsets that you bring with it. Because society is fucked, but I still think there's a lot of hope for things to get better. So it depends, you know, you get what I'm saying. At least we live in a society. We'll see. There'd be more content without a society. That'd probably be true. That's true. I didn't see that, Abigail. That is definitely true. Is YouTube Premium even something you can pirate? I guess like ad blockers, but like I'm anti-ad blocker, but there's also like a natural point where even if Google has a good reason, they have pumped in so many ads that you kind of need one. So I'm a little neutral at this point on the I'm still anti-ad block in the sense that you shouldn't do it, but if you do it, I understand why, because YouTube is that bad with the ads right now. Even There are guides? Okay. Well, I'm more of an Apple person. Dev, are you talking to me? I mean, I don't watch the Young Turks anymore, but I still do sometimes. Kyle Kalinske, Majority Report. Yeah. John Oliver, Jon Stewart. Those are who I watch for politics mostly. I watch the Vanguard too. And that's mostly for just like drama fun though. One moment. I haven't watched Jon Stewart since October. I don't know why I fell out of tuning in. He was on and off for most of the last few things. Okay. So I had to just text my girlfriend to check if she was watching stream because Anastasia, my girlfriend is also named Anastasia. So for a second I was having to see, I wanted to make sure if you were or were not my girlfriend in chat. And it appears that you're not, which very much throws me off, just say. Sadly, no. Yeah, it was confusing for a second. Ben doxing his girlfriend. People already know her name. Abortion access safe in PA for now. Is there something going on? Yeah, it's kind of shocking that we couldn't get the 60% majority for weed. I honestly thought we were going to be pushing 80% approval on that.
$400 electoral college vote. Moment.
Okay, but marijuana passing with an 80% majority is a bit more reasonable, considering that's kind of like normal for a place like Florida. Yeah, who the hell voted against it? I just think nobody showed up to vote in Florida. Like, I think it's just that. Who would win in a fight between a raccoon or Jimmy Carter? I mean, I feel like every raccoon alive today, in a way, won a fight with Jimmy Carter called the Fight of Life. They survived that fight. So in a sense, the raccoons. Oh, we didn't talk about Carter yet? Yeah, we didn't. And yeah, sure, you can come on stream. Yeah, we didn't talk about Carter, and honestly, I don't want to because I don't know a lot about his presidency. And I don't want to talk about it as much because it just seems a little bit more boring, to be honest. Not like make something up. He had a big penis. What do you want from me? I don't know. It was before. It was in the before times. It was pre-Reagan. None of this shit matters anyway. I am so sick of this map. Do I have author time already, or am I just like, oh my god, I need to get 200ths. Yeah. If anybody does know anything interesting about Jimmy Carter, feel free to like put it in chat. Do you like F1? Not really. I'm not a huge fan. I mean, I think it's cool. I don't watch it. You know, my favorite sport to watch is Marble League. I'm unironically kidding. Unironically. You're going to be pushing up against the limits of whether or not YouTube copyright strikes will hit a birthday boy with glasses. Well,
approaches that take return. Some
Twitter lately, you may have seen this viral video.
Marbles in the blocks, and they're off. It's a neck and neck race up there at the front. Oh, and actually, Comet hits the divider. The attenuator slows him down, and he falls back into third place, now into the clutches of Deep Ocean.
I love this
shit. Reflector out front, and now Tarantula takes the lead.
Oh, fuck yes. Let me introduce you to Jeller's Marble Runs. They're based in the Netherlands, and they are a competitive marble racing league that is, to put it mildly, absolutely fantastic. They upload races to this YouTube channel on a regular basis.
Because of John Oliver.
To whom
this segment,
this,
it got popular.
Non-sports fans has not ended up wanting to watch more.
There are big fan bases built up, not just for the teams, but for the individual marbles. And when one isn't performing very well in the season, you're going to hear about it on there, and they will, you know, let that marble know they got to pick up their game a little bit.
Now, on the one hand,
Devin Peters.
Down they come, Hazers to the lead. Green Ducks into the water. Now they have a lot of trouble moving through those quick chicanes to start things off. And the Savage Speeders keep their momentum up. They fall into the final funnel. Raspberry Racers trying to fight
actually love this shit.
The sports event of the summer has arrived.
Unbelievable.
Okay, anyway. Back to what we were doing before. Hey, Devin, welcome to the thing. Devin?
Oh, is this the guy who wanted to speak on stage?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Nothing. Just I just wanted to pop in. I'm sad that you said that you didn't want to talk about Jimmy, which is fine because it's your your.
Yeah, I just don't know enough to like. And I was like, okay, we can make it a research stream. And I was like, that seems interesting, but I don't want to do a research stream right now.
No, you're good. I get what you mean by it be boring. Like I did like research on my own, quote unquote, within the past like couple of days. I also knew some stuff going forward. My biggest gripe out the gate, anyways, would have just been like the cuckoldry to neoliberalism and like the shift. You know what I mean? That would have been like the biggest indicator that I could point to. But
Wasn't
then,
that under
like,
Clinton though?
What, neoliberalism? The rise of it?
Yeah, wasn't it like Clinton who really like turned the DNC into like this like the for-profit like consultant machine that it is today?
No, I got you. Like, so if I had to like extrapolate in a succinct manner, I would state that I would at least propose that the conditions of what laid the groundwork for it to come to its like full rise was the initial administration, which is kind of like analogous, I'd say, right now to Biden, where they were so ill-fitted and like underperformed to such a degree that it gave rise to the upcoming Republican administration, which, you know, now is like obviously Trump, and back then was Reagan. So, you know what I mean? And that shift more so led to the like enhancement of privatization and the what do you call it, deregulation, obviously, and the reduction of the welfare state, blah blah blah. You know, all the proponents that like come accompanied with that. So I don't know. Like I think.
So it marked the start of neoliberalism, not because like their administration was neoliberal, but because their inadequacy led to the rise of neoconservatism, which then prompted the Democratic Party to push to become neoliberal.
Yeah, I think like the trajectory of things start around with Carter. Maybe you could say Nixon and stuff too, potentially, you know what I mean? But like overall, just like usually if you read academic papers, they usually point to like the late 70s, which is, you know, obviously Jimmy Carter. And then after that, like, you know, Reagan takes over, workers' unions decrease, and, you know, perpetuation of like imperialism, blah, 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 all the, you know, talking points. So, yeah, that was like those are like probably
okay, I don't necessarily blame Carter for that, but I don't know more because I could see maybe in like 50 years saying that about Biden if I didn't have the full facts. So what exactly made the Carter presidency so inadequate for the time?
Yeah, no worries. The big issues at the time were specifically, obviously, first off was inflation. They were going through a major recession following like Vietnam and stuff like that. I do believe that privatization was becoming a pretty exemplified feature in the economy around 77 to 79, and then they obviously got much worse under Reagan. You know what I mean? But that was the biggest issues at the time were specifically with oil. There was an oil crisis in 78 or 77, and then there was the high inflation, and then the Iranian hostage crisis following the dissolution of the Shah's government in 79. I think March of 79 was the date. So that obviously precipitated just a multitude of facets, which led to like, Carter's admin kind of just like falling down. So I've seen like a lot of people online, like liberal pages on Reddit, you're like, oh no, Mr. President, blah 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 blah, and then like I also see some socialist pages where they're like shitting on them, and I'm like it just makes me like smirk. But then I like also saw like some instances of the foreign affairs, specifically Indonesia, which was obviously not ideal. So
okay, it does seem like there's a lot of complexity to the story then.
As always, right? As always.
Sadly, God, finally a good time. Holy shit, I can move on to the... I was not expecting this to take like 10 years.
You were supposed to be like your shadow, or like the other one that was like your former like self or whatever.
What?
Like on the track, like you were supposed to beat the one.
I'm trying to beat the author time.
Oh, it's the author. I thought it was like your previous best time or something.
It is, but there is also a time that is called author time that my previous shadow was close to.
Here, let me see something. Let me see if I just... Okay, you can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. No, because I'm looking just straight on Twitch now, and I didn't know if it was going to overlap with my earbuds. Because I hate my voice, so I don't want to hear myself. And until, yeah, it would just been annoying.
Okay.
Let me see what some chat said. Wow, this guy is based. Oh yeah, I mean, I know my shit. I'm in school, so I know my stuff. Is what I mean. I didn't mean to be condescending. Jimmy Carr started it for Billy. He did, yeah. Too funny.
Hey, he's doing your job for you, Benjamin.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it great?
We had lunch like
a week ago, yeah.
Yeah, and I told him I wanted to do the same thing. I just don't have the material to kind of get a startup going.
Yeah. Well, you should. You'd be good too.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see, obviously. If I could...
In the stream, is there like a noise going on in the background?
I hear that too.
It's probably me. Oh, there he goes. Off in the distance.
Okay, I went to go look for it and then it stopped. All right, we're going to keep streaming for like another 30 minutes. And then I'm probably going to get off.
What's your timetable for the future? Because I wanted to know anyways, because I'm interested in just popping in whenever if Vosh isn't on or I don't know, just other people.
I don't know. I know that whenever I do a stream, I need to commit to at least 4 hours for that segment. But
okay.
So, but absent that, I don't know. I was thinking like Monday, Wednesday.
He doesn't usually have a schedule too. I'm pretty sure he just kind of operates like.
Yeah, well, theoretically he's supposed to be streaming every day. Twitch sends me a notification when he goes live. Me or Vosh? No, me, because yeah. He's not on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, you could just get the notification, and since I usually will be doing the stream probably in stream stage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, because he's pretty extemporaneous when it comes to streaming. He'll just back home, whenever I'm working or just in class, all not in class, but whenever I'm going about my day, I just have him on my ear, and I'm just yeah, he usually pops in from 2 to 5, or 2 to 6, so it's usually pretty prime time.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 2 to 6.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's when everybody's working.
Okay.
6 to 10?
I mean, but anything else, and that's when I'm working. That's the problem.
That's when everybody's eating.
Any other time. And it sucks because that's now the times that Vosh is streaming.
Yeah.
But so I'd probably be missing a lot of Vosh streams, which is unfortunate because I don't want to stop watching him because he's fun to watch. But but it would probably be 3 times it needs to be 3 times a week, and it needs to be for 4-hour chunks. And it needs to be consistent times every week.
Right. I like how you've gone about it, at least on this stream. I guess you integrate more, I'd say more politics. Just generally speaking, I know we're probably just kind of hanging out now, but I don't mind a 30-minute intermission of just some gaming here and there. Sometimes I get overwhelmed with the politics because I watch Majority Report to start the day or middle of the day, then Vosh, and then I'm doing stuff also in the city. So it's it gets a little bit tiring. So I can always use a little bit of a break, but I get it if other people don't.
Yeah, you should create your own brand away from Vosh. I mean, I already do have my own brand away from Vosh. I just also really like Vosh, so it's like I like his content. But
yeah,
I already do have a very distinct, like, I'm well known. I don't know if you watch Vosh, but I'm like decently known in Vosh's community. But
he's known as the rich idiot.
True. Yeah, infamous. But yeah, Vosh does just do things in a way that I do like when it comes to like how he engages with streams and how he engages with chat. And obviously I like it because he's the one I like watching if I didn't like it. Yeah. So I would want to interact with my chat that way because it's just more fun to interact with the chat than it is to just interact with the game. Because if I wanted to game, I wouldn't be streaming because I would just game. But if I wanted to stream, it's so I can hang out with chat. Because, and you know.
I got one for you. Why do you prefer him over like potentially like Hassan, like just maybe other like creators like that?
Because Hassan has almost very little engagement with his actual chat. Like Hassan doesn't engage with his chat in the same way, and it's because it's just such a bigger chat, and because it is a YouTube chat. And same with Majority Report. Majority Report just does not interact with chat.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's the thing that I find interesting and fun. Don't settle for people who don't want to learn and doomer all the time in the cesspool that is V's chat. Better than them. I mean, yeah, Vosh's chat isn't great, but my chat is going to be made up mostly, for at least for a while, of people from Vosh. What about Destiny? I'm not the biggest fan of Destiny. I met him in person at the Wisconsin PV event. I don't know. He's fine. I'm not the biggest fan of his content style personally, and I don't.
He has bad takes. He's got some bad takes.
Also, he's a little bit too liberal for my take. Like,
Thank you.
Yeah, he's not progressive enough. Like, he's wrong enough. He's just too wrong on too many issues and not fun enough to watch. Like with Hassan is wrong on basically all of his foreign policy takes that aren't Israel, but he's at least still fun to listen to.
Give me two. So are you implying Taiwan? That was a big one.
Taiwan. He's wrong on Russia and Ukraine, Taiwan, China. He's wrong on a lot of his like. I mean,
wait, real quick.
His general rhetoric on like his general theory of it's the world against American imperialism is just a bullshit framing for foreign policy. So, you know, he's only correct about like Israel because Israel in his mind is a reflection, is within American like geopolitical hegemony, which he's correct. Israel is within American geopolitical hegemony, but like that's not why Israel is bad. There are other reasons. So yeah.
Wait, you're telling me Israel is bad?
Yeah.
Do you condemn Hamas?
I am not a fan of Hamas. No, I do not like them.
If I had to interject,
he does hate the genocide too, but I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying, he'd be more accepting of the genocide if Israel were anti-Western, like he has been with like the Uyghur genocide, which not that he was pro-Uyghur genocide.
Right.
Destiny isn't the Zionist. Dude has the only good take on the conflict. I don't fully know Destiny's take. I know that he's more pro-Israel than I am.
He's pretty like apathetic to like any of the casualties that have accumulated over the course of the past like year to like 16 months. And even before that, real quick, like, I mean, as in downright, at least if I recall correctly, I could be off here. I'm not like perfect or anything, but like,
I'll look into
even
it.
downright like, yeah, I was gonna say though, but downright like negating like the blockade in like 2007 or onward, after like Hamas's let's just say election, quote unquote, obviously, but he's pretty like, I don't know, like he's pretty apathetic to like any of the casualties that have accumulated over the course.
I still think that the problem is with Destiny's take fundamentally is that he's in favor of the two-state solution, and it's
not possible.
It's possible. It's just something that I think is going to make everything more violent, and is just going to codify. It's just going to create a state for both sides to arm themselves around. So you're just that's what I don't like about it. I think it should be one state. I just don't think it should be either state that it currently exists. I don't think it should be Israel or Palestine at this point. I mean, at this point, Israel's brand is so... this is what I don't like about Israel. What I don't like about Israel is that it's an ethno-nationalist project at its core. It is a Jewish state. Now, I'm Jewish. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of a Jewish state. There's something very icky about that to me. I don't care if it's my team. But I don't like that. Now, why is a Palestinian state also bad? Because at this point, the conflict has gone on for so long that we need some fucking compromises to happen here for anything to happen. So at this point, what I genuinely think needs to happen is there needs to be a one-state secular democracy comprised of both groups. Because anything else, a two-state solution, why I don't like it is it would be like if we gave the South its own state after the Civil War. Like, could you imagine how well that would go if we gave black people their own state after the Civil War? One, it would be a shithole, simply because there would be various major forms of oppression keeping it down, but also because the population was so suppressed for so long that like it's hard to build a society around that within the span of anything under a few centuries. It would basically be Haiti, and it's like that's not going to be good. But also, it would massively inflame tensions, and it would create an enemy on our border for right-wingers to actively fearmonger about. It wouldn't be great.
No, like I'm with you. I was just gonna imply that I do agree with Abigail, like just like surveying chat, based on the premises of maintenance of apartheid is violence, and yeah, like the only thing I'll like detract from you on, Ben, is, and this is also kind of like from like just reading in general, like the idea of having a two-state is like, yeah, I'd say at this point is pretty unattainable. For the most part, like, yeah, I think it'll probably be
Netanyahu
better.
killed any possibility of a two-state solution. Which, in a funny way, Netanyahu has now guaranteed that the only situation that can occur is either one side's genocide or what I want, which is a one-state secular democracy. He has guaranteed either one group being violently genocided or both groups eventually having to get along. So, in a way, if you're an accelerationist, even if you're against Israel, you might be pro-Netanyahu if you're an accelerationist. Now, accelerationists are fucking stupid, so... But it's interesting. Two-state in the short term, long term, hope for a secular democracy. The issue with that is that with that comparison is that Israel isn't the Confederates. That's like apples to oranges. I disagree, but even then, I don't think that I'd be in this scenario. That's not even what I'm doing. I'm comparing Israel to the U.S. I'd be comparing Palestine to the Confederates in this scenario. Like, in this scenario, the South would be Palestine and the North would be the U.S.
Just from my perspective, is just like the two state lines in the first place would just be like reinstitutionalizing the boundaries of which like has precipitated from like colonialism.
Can I join the call? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Abigail.
You would just be doubling down basically. Like you would they more so like let the issue waver to the point where the precipitation of what had occurred initially with colonialism is just becoming like foundational. It's the same thing with like Pakistan and like India. Those lines are drawn arbitrarily following like decolonization of like the territory from Britain, and the same thing here, the partition of like 1948 and stuff. And this situation has just gotten worse and worse over time because of geopolitics basically. So
Hold on, I want to address a somewhat off-topic comment. From before. I want to address too. In the future, do you think there will be more politicians that were former streamers? No. I might be a rare exception if I do end up becoming a politician, and the reason for that is streamers have to be controversial. So do politicians, but not in that way. So it's sort of like a contrasting incentive. And Logan, I'd avoid calling a hypothetical African American state, ethno state, a shithole country. I mean, I don't even avoid calling a non-hypothetical, like black state a shithole. I'll call Haiti a shithole. Haiti is a shithole, and that's not even a hypothetical state. Now
it's based on the boundaries of where you're.
It's not based on the ethnicity of the people in the state.
Exactly.
It's based on many other factors.
It's based on the state.
Mostly French people. Mostly the French government, and also the U.S. government, and also now the Dominican government.
Yeah, it's the sentiment is the point. Like he's not saying it in that manner. Like when Trump said shithole countries about like whatever, like African countries, obviously. He's not complex enough to like really go into the historical material, like understanding of what occurred at the time for some countries like that to become what they are.
I'm gonna be honest. In the Trump shithole case, I don't even think Trump meant it in a racist way in that specific instance. Trump is racist.
I wasn't in the.
But
I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't.
When I listened to it,
sure.
I think he was just referring to it as shithole in the sense that. The shithole countries are objectively shithole countries when compared to the U.S. I don't think he meant it in a racialized sense in his case, in that specific time. Now, is he racist to the people in those countries? Yes. But I don't think that's what he meant in that case. Isn't any nation state bad? To me, even concepts of nation and ethnicity seem like weird categories. Yeah, I agree with ethnicity. It's definitely. I'm not, I'm not like an actual anarchist. I'm not I'm not anti-statist. To me, I'm okay with the concept of a state. I'm somewhat libertarian in that like we should reduce the state as much as possible, but like I'm not anti-state. Like I'm not that kind of libertarian.
Generally speaking, that
yeah, like I'm a left-wing libertarian.
Yeah, like I was gonna say,
not like an American right-wing libertarian.
Yeah, no, like left-wing libertarianism usually that framework of theory encapsulates like more utility and broader good is the point of it because it's in the communal sense. The right-wing libertarianism is just the basically the identification of like Jeffersonianism back in like the early colonial period.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was. Like
yeah, and I could also be doing like nationalist realism because I will fully admit I do have a bit of trouble just like imagining that kind of like a stateless society. I like so that, but like I also can't think of why I'd want one. I can't think of a reason, like in the sense where like I could make an argument for like libertarian socialism, even if I'm undecided. I can't make an argument for like statelessness. I can't even understand where people are coming from.
It's because the state is an apparatus that maintains class dynamics. That's why. Like the difference is because socialists or Marxists do not disavow hierarchy overall. And if you have political institutions, such as just a state in general, you inherently possess hierarchy still because of the apparatuses that are accompanied with that. While it's like just anarchists, generally speaking, want to abolish all hierarchy, which I do believe in. Like just like formulating real quick, I do believe in that concept as well, but it is so abstract, obviously, and we are so far gone from that territory that like it's not even remotely like worth like even expounding on at the moment. It's like right now is the closest thing we could garner in our lives is like a social democracy potentially. So it's like, okay, like I read about that stuff and I do enjoy it, but in reality it's like, okay, just it is what it is.
Yeah.
So I want to say some things about Palestine.
I'm about to go back to that. I do just like want to add one thing to what Devin said first, if that's okay.
All right.
Okay. So like the one thing I would want to say to like about that is that I'm not actually that against hierarchy. Like I don't like class hierarchy, so I am, I guess, against that. But like I've fucking seen how Valve operates. It was sometimes you need a little hierarchy, okay? Otherwise, you don't get any games released. Okay? There maybe just a little hierarchy. So, like that's the other thing. Okay.
No, all good.
Now to the Israel-Palestine stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Neon Eagle just put a really interesting point in chat that we can't do a one state because both sides, they hate each other, they would kill each other. And I think
that's why you have to do a one state.
I don't think that's going to be a like it's not an innate quality of Jewish and Palestinian people. Jewish people aren't born wanting to kill Palestinian people, and Palestinian people aren't born.
I think it would be better to say Israelis in this.
Yeah, that's probably correct.
Sorry. It's not all Jewish people are Israeli. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this, though. I'll concede right now that, yeah, there will be 10 years of utter hell and violence in the first 10 years of the one-state solution.
I don't even think necessarily it has to be that way because, I mean, peace would have to be kept forcefully, but it doesn't have to be anarchy, hell, everything getting bombed. Yeah, there would be...
No, it'd be like terrorists. It'd be like 9/11, like once a year, and then...
There would still be some separation at first, probably, and it would be, like, integrated, like, gradually.
So this is how I'd envision it. Like, so first, the Israel's constitution needs to be completely rewritten. In and of itself, even just from the Israeli perspective, Israel's constitution is fucking horrible. It is worse than even, like, the U.S. Constitution needs some amendments, but it doesn't need, like, a core rewrite. Israel's constitution needs a core rewrite.
People of different religions, they can't even, like, get married.
Yeah, it's actually, like, insane. And I don't even just mean that, like, on, like, stuff like that, where, like, it's in the Constitution that, like, there's like marriage separation, but like even just from like a structure of government, Israel is the only other country besides the US to have a just insane Supreme Court with judicial review. Like I'm undecided on whether or not the US should have judicial review. I see the arguments for and against it, and right now I'm for it. but other countries don't have it and get along much better without it. And it's very clear that Israel shouldn't have it in the state that it's in and with how their Supreme Court is acting. So, like, just from a structural perspective, Israel is a right-wing, like, hellhole when it comes to, like, internal politics.
I think in the past there has been it has been virtually been made impossible for there to be like peace in the country. Like, I don't think it's really been tried because, like,
the structure of Israel's constitution is designed in a way to make peace as unlikely as possible. That, like, the systems being put in place in the Israeli government are not ones that can foster peace, which is problem number one. So now you can also say that about Palestine in the sense that there isn't a system. So that doesn't foster peace either.
So historically, and I'm talking about way back, like long ago when Palestine was still part of the Ottoman Empire, like, Jews were persecuted all around the world and in the Ottoman Empire, but there were a lot of Jews who came to historic Palestine because it was a relatively safe place for them compared to the rest of the Ottoman Empire. So that's why there were there was already like a population of Jewish people in historic Palestine.
Yeah.
And then, so during World War I, the Palestinians fought for independence from the Ottoman Empire and sided with the British. And fought against the Ottoman Empire, and because they wanted to be free from the Ottomans, so they sided with the British in hopes that they could be free from the Ottoman. And I don't think they intended for the British to cut up the state and restrict rights the way they did. They wanted freedom for the Palestinians and the Jewish people in Palestine.
Well, the British didn't. They lied to both sides. And so what they envisioned was very different. Try bad events happening daily in a hypothetical one state. I agree. That's a weird assumption to essentialize violence of any race or people. Both sides are reactionary in this environment. Yeah, no, you're right. And you're right that violence would happen. So here's the thing. The official death toll is like 30,000. It has not increased in over almost a year, even though we know that's wrong, just because the capacity to record keep the deaths has collapsed, but there have been deaths. So it's the 200,000 estimate is just it was overhyped. It's an informed, educated guess, and it should have been reported as an informed, educated guess. My informed, educated guess is like 600,000. That's my educated guess for the death toll. So I will concede there's going to be more violence on Israelis in a one-state solution, even at first. But there's going to be less violence. There's going to be less deaths every day. Even at first, because right now it's just an insane number. It's just all on one side. So over the course of 10 years, the number of events will go away little by little, and the death count of the remaining events will go away little by little. And as integration proves to be successful, the incentive to be violent dies. You don't kill, like, everybody's like, we can't stop doing this until we defeat Hamas. You don't defeat Hamas with violence. Violence is how you justify Hamas. Being violent to Palestinians empowers Hamas. To kill Hamas, you need to kill the logic that powers Hamas, which is the idea that only violence can secure safety and freedom for Palestinians.
Violence creates more Hamas.
Yeah. So the only way that you kill Hamas is by proving them wrong, which it sounds like
killing them with kindness.
Yeah, it sounds like such Disney Channel 5th grade, like
Steven Universe,
like Disney movie, like logic. But like, in reality, in this specific situation, it's what you actually need.
If I was like a Palestinian kid and my whole family was killed and I lost my arm and then the hospital was blown up and I somehow survived all that, I'd be pretty pissed at Israel too. And I'm not saying that like violence is justified, but I wish that didn't happen to them and then they wouldn't have felt that way.
Yeah. It's a lot more justified for a Palestinian to be anti-Semitic than it is for like a right-wing American Nazi to be like anti-Semitic. Because what did Jews ever do to the fucking right-wing Nazi? Like what do you, nothing. Like there's no reason you would be mad at Jews unless you are actually bigoted. But with anti-Semitism, that's just trauma. That's just reactionary trauma. And is that good? No, but it can be dealt with. An example to compare would be the partition of India.
So I said earlier.
Border skirmishes over the last couple of years, and there's a lot of tension, which highlights a two-stage... Yeah, that's actually perfect. Nuclearized Kashmir. Like, that's like... They got nukes. Bangladesh has a nuke. It's not gonna... It could... A two-state solution with India and, like, Pakistan and Bangladesh, that could legitimately...
And you're having camera issues.
I'm having camera issues?
Yeah, what else?
Yes.
Oh. That could literally... But my point is... Up
34 in Florida.
For the stream? Or for Trackmania?
For Trackmania.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Earlier it said like 91. Like on one of the other ones is the point. But yeah, now you're 34.
1,083 in the United States right now.
You should go pro in this instead of like politics.
No, but then we won't get money. PV.
Oh yeah.
Why?
Then being this on the side while we're going pro in this. Still nothing, by the way, with the camera.
Yeah, I know. It's being weird.
But yeah, that example, at least from what I'm reading down below, yeah. I think I mentioned it earlier. Like, yeah, I think those are pretty... It's also coming from, like, the same exact, like, colonial empire that preceded, so, which is even, you know, more,
Well,
salient. But,
Sorry.
yeah. No, you can go.
I think that a two-state solution would literally be impossible at this point. Because think about how...
It's
think
impossible.
About
how do you untangle the West Bank?
Yeah, think about how many settlers are in the West Bank right now. It would be unimaginably violent to try to force all those families with kids out. What are you going to force them all out on foot now? Like they did to the Palestinians? Eye for an eye? That would just make them violent. Like, I don't think that's the answer either. I think the answer is a secular state, because maintaining that apartheid is violence. Also, Ben, your camera is back.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, now it's gone again.
It's a virtual camera issue. The virtual camera with Elgato isn't working.
Well, I mean, it is 6, so...
Yeah,
I mean,
it's time to end stream anyway.
Neon Evil, he mentioned that bad things would be happening every day, but the thing is, bad things already do happen to the people of the West Bank every day.
Yeah, but there's already violent skirmishes.
Israelis.
Yeah, there is violent skirmishes happening every single day. It's just only happening to one side, and overall, it would happen less. It would just happen to both sides. And
it would happen. There would be less violence.
Now, to be fair, most Israelis will still not experience that violence. The vast majority of Israelis still would not experience that violence, other than in the sense of, like, cable news. Because, like, you know, terrorism, it only affects, like, a tiny portion of the population anyway. But, like,
Another thing I'll add, and this doesn't justify anything, but with Israeli building codes, their apartments, their houses literally have air raid and bomb shelters built in, whereas the Palestinians, they don't.
Yeah, like, we're already at, like, failure level, like, state failure level. Anyway, hold on. I'm going to read the last comment. I have some thinking to do. I don't feel comfortable for the U.S. to force two nations into one. That'll be like one can of worms and nuance. I feel like a two-state would be easy until both sides thaw. Okay,
No,
this
we
is a
forced
really
them into
interesting
two. They were
topic.
already one. We forced them into two. The British did. They were already Palestine.
Look, even Netanyahu wants it to be one state. He just wants that state to be his. Like, it is one state. Okay, this is so okay, this is a very fun convo for me. So, I'm going to be back streaming. I'm going to commit to streaming. I'm going to pick a date right now.
Dude, I gotta go shower anyway.
Yeah, because I have to go.
Same.
Monday I will be back. Wait, I need to make sure. I need to check the time to make sure that it doesn't. Wait, that better not be conflicting with the fundraising meeting. Hold on.
Neon, I don't think a one state would mean immediately releasing both populations to just kill each other with blunt objects right away on day one. I think it would mean granting them both equal rights and integrating them that way. Like, they're already living in separate areas. Like, it wouldn't happen overnight. Like, they wouldn't just, like... Like, I know it would be hard at first. There would be attacks at first, but it
There's
wouldn't be
going
nearly
to be a
the same.
push to make Palestinian like living situations better, and then there's going to be a big like Israeli pushback of why did the Palestinians get all of the benefits of this one state solution? It's not fair on Israelis, and cry about it.
Yeah. Okay. I will be back streaming Monday,
That's just a classic
January
Republican thing,
Monday,
so
January 6th. I will be back streaming. If I may stream before then, but if I do, it's going to be impromptu. But I am committing right now, Monday at 1 p.m., January 6th, I will be back, Eastern. All right. Thank you all for watching. I hope you had a fun stream. Thank you all for jumping in and talking. And I will see you next week.